Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Madera City Council. We are meeting today, Wednesday, January 20th, 2021. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order, which suspends certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act. The City Council meeting will be live streamed on the city's website. Members of the public may participate in the meeting remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833, enter ID 942-0199-8013 followed by *9 on your phone to speak. Comments will also be accepted via email at City Council Public Comment at madera.gov or by regular mail at 205 West 4th Street, Madera, California, 93637. Alicia, would you please call us to order? Well, I will call to order. And Alicia, could you please call roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Garcia?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Montes?
Here.
And Councilmember Evans?
Here.
Thank you very much for that. Would you please stand for the invocation led by Pastor Mark Unger, First Baptist Church of Madera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. God bless each of you. Lord Jesus, we come before you tonight for a word of prayer, and we would pray for wisdom for all of these people on our City Council, for Mayor Santos Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Artemio Villegas, Council members Cici Gallegos, Jose Rodriguez, Steve Montes, Anita Evans. We pray for our Madera Police Department and our Sheriff's Department, that you keep them safe and protected as they do the business of keeping the peace in our community. You have said that if a man lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, and you'll give to all men generously and without reproach. And we pray for that wisdom for these people on the council and in the law enforcement arenas. You were told in Scripture, you shall appoint for yourself judges and officers in all your towns which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not distort justice, you shall not be partial, you shall not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. Justice we pray here, Lord, and only justice shall these people pursue, that we may live and possess this land that you have graciously given us. Thank you, Lord, for the oath that we've each taken. I have as a member of the military, and they have as a member of the council and the mayor and such, that we solemnly swear or affirm that we will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of California and all local ordinances, and that we will and they will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge these duties of their office to the best of their ability, with the wisdom that we ask that you might give them. We pray that your good and perfect will be done in our city and our greater community. And we pray in the wonderful name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Unger. Would you please remain standing, and we will go into the Pledge of Allegiance led by Chief Dino Lawson.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. Thank you for that, Chief. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. So any of my colleagues wish to look at the agenda and make any adjustments or changes? Hearing none, seeing none. I will now ask my colleagues for action on this, on the agenda to approval.
Mayor, move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second. Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Montes, second by Councilwoman Gallegos. Alicia, would you please call roll on the vote?
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 6,
Yes.
Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 yes votes and 0 no votes.
Thank you very much. We will now move into public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold a comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak under public comment? Alicia, do we have anybody on the phone wishing to be addressed?
I have not received any emails, Mayor, for public comment.
Thank you very much. I'll close public comment. We have no written communications. Under presentations tonight, we are ready to welcome Sarah. I think I saw you a minute ago. Sarah Ross, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to give you an update with regards to COVID-19. Currently, our case rate is 81.4, and our county positivity rate is 19%. We continue to see a surge throughout the San Joaquin Valley, and we are working very closely with the state and receiving resources to be able to expand capacity in our ICUs. But several ICU patients have had to be transferred outside of the region for care as state resources are being deployed to the valley. Our testing rate is the highest it's ever been at 515 per 100,000, which is good news. You may have heard recent announcements with regards to the delay of vaccine distribution at the state and federal level. What has happened is that we were originally told that allocations of first doses, that there were second doses that were being held back and would be sent a month later. It turns out that those second doses are not in stockpile somewhere. And so we have had to adjust what it is that we're doing to allocate from what we currently have, both first and second doses. So it essentially cuts the number of vaccines that we can do in half. So we had to make some adjustments with regards to our vaccination clinics this week. A press release went out, and you may see it in the news tomorrow or tonight and tomorrow, that there were some vaccination clinics provided by Madera County, that those individuals have been notified that their appointments this week are canceled, but they will be prioritized, and we will reach out to them directly to reschedule as we have available vaccine for first doses. We do have second doses, and those who have received first doses will progress forward with their second dose as planned. The good news is that Madera County is ready to be able to scale up as soon as vaccine supply is available. We've had a lot of success with regards to our volunteer program that was rolled out. At this point, we have over 400 volunteer applications. 25% of those are clinicians, and we're quickly processing all those applications to be able to deploy them in vaccination clinics as we have vaccine. We also have county staff that are being reassigned as needed to help us out, and over 50 student nurses that are available. So we have lots of capacity. And once we get vaccine, we'll be able to scale up. We have, a lot of people have asked us, how are we letting people know about when it's time for individuals, when they're eligible? And so I just wanted to let you know that we are communicating through email to partner lists that have been developed, public posting on our website, posting on social media, news release to every news outlet, including print, TV, radio, and digital. We're working closely with school districts to get information out through very familiar channels to our parents and families. And we have a new text message alert system that we've activated for vaccine updates. And if people would like to participate, they text to the number 888-777, the word Madera Vax, V-A-X, all one word. And then they will automatically receive vaccine updates. We're not going to flood people with information, but just those critical things of like this group is now eligible, so people know when it's their turn. We're also working closely with a number of partners on our Madera Ag Task Force to make sure that we are really paying attention to members of our community that are often have difficulty in terms of accessing healthcare, either due to lack of health insurance or barriers like language barrier and not receiving information in the way that many others do, like internet access might be a difficulty. And we're creating outreach plans as well as ways to deploy vaccination clinics to remote and convenient locations. So that is my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Any of our colleagues wish to ask a question tonight? Councilwoman Gallegos.
Yes, Sarah, I have a question. I know that we're vaccinating most of our first responders. So my question is, where are we at on the list for essential workers? So I've always said, as being as a councilwoman, that a lot is needed in our city, but we cannot function without water and sewer. So I'm wondering if
Gallegos,
yes.
you started freezing up yes, you started freezing up immediately after you started speaking, so you might want to start again.
I think actually it's on your side, Mayor Garcia.
Yes, I will
Okay.
confirm.
All right. Okay.
Okay, no
My
worries.
mistake.
So we're on the list. Do our essential workers go as our city employees? I'm concerned about, because if water and sewer gets this COVID and they go down, there are the workers that need to run and make sure that we have water for our residents, and the sewer needs to make sure that's running also. So I know that sometimes the county has extra vaccinations when people don't show, and that you're vaccinating some of your employees in the county. So only because I've heard it from a lot of different teachers that they're rolling out, they're talking about rolling out vaccinations to teachers and their families. So my concern is that's great, and I'm excited. But the concern for me as a councilwoman is, what about our essential workers that are there in the sewer and the water and our public works department that need to be vaccinated to protect them so that we can protect the rest of our residents here in the city of Madera?
Thank you for raising this issue. I am going to give you a little bit of a broader view of what's being discussed right now at the state level. And it really is being driven by what's happening in our hospital system. And so you can see the phase chart that's currently in place on our website, the vaccine page, and it does list essential workers and government workers in that list. What we're looking at now, or CDPH is making decisions, is whether or not to reframe how priorities work, really prioritizing people who are at highest risk for acute illness. So, of course, there's 75 and up, which are already vaccinating, but looking towards 65 and up with underlying health conditions, and other 65 to 74-year-olds. And within groups, still identifying those who are more vulnerable and vaccinating them first. So I know that there have been recent announcements in Madera around a partnership between Camarena and Madera Unified School District. Those are plans. Those are not being rolled out right now.
Right.
And we have communicated with them to let them know that there might be a bit of a reorientation that happens at the state level. We'll see what happens with that. Once we have vaccine supply that's flowing more regularly, then it's going to be easier for us to figure out a standby list, a real concrete process to identify those important people, some of whom you've mentioned, that if we have extra vaccinations, we don't want to waste them. If they can show up in a short time frame, they can get vaccinated. So we definitely don't want to waste vaccine, and that's one viable option. We don't have that system in place yet, but I'll definitely make a note that that group is one that you have identified as critical.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Sarah, because it's just, I'm concerned, and I know that I'm on the hospital calls on Thursday, and I hear that the vaccinations come in lots of 100, sometimes 500. So if you have 20 extra or 15 or 30 extra, you want them to be used and not wasted. And that's when you do roll it out to your employees. And that's why I'm just saying, just in the back of your mind, that if that does come through, we can get our employees there ASAP, because we want to keep them safe, that they can keep doing the job that they're doing for us here in the city.
I'll make a note of that for sure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Seems that we don't have any hands raised. Oh, Mr. Council Member Montes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Sarah, I've been getting a couple more questions from constituents on essential businesses that are open. And I just kind of wanted to touch bases if there's going to be any change or anticipated change on, I know we discussed it in the past, on anything from the county regarding changes in enforcement of businesses that are open that shouldn't be.
I have not heard any indication that there would be a change in enforcement at this point. It's very difficult for us to act on a state order that doesn't come with local sanctions, so to speak. At this point, violations of the health guidance is a misdemeanor, so it would be required that the district attorney actually press charges. That has not been a route that law enforcement partners have really been keen to pursue at this point. We have referred businesses as appropriate to both alcohol and beverage control as well as Cal OSHA. Both of those systems are overwhelmed as well. And I will let you know that if a business is reported to Cal OSHA in particular, while they have an open investigation, they do not provide any updates about what they've done and how it's proceeding. I did get a report today that there was one business, and I will not name them. They were not in the city of Madera, that we had reported repeatedly to OSHA, and it does look as if that business has closed. So we're hopeful that, if we really need to, that we report to OSHA, and eventually there's a process to do that. So anytime you would like to report a business that is operating and should not be, you can email me. You can also report it using our community feedback form. The community feedback form actually goes directly to the business liaison. And so that's probably your fastest bet to get a phone call made out to that business and get working on that. We always give the business an opportunity to receive technical assistance, to be responsive prior to reporting them to any state agency.
Thank you.
Council Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Garcia. Just to chime on that same comment there, Sarah, with respects to this whole pandemic, I know that we're going into a year, and I'm sure we've learned strategies of how to deal with the pandemic of such. But within that time frame, what can we anticipate? And I don't mean for this particular pandemic. Obviously, the mortality rate is much higher than what we've seen, but in future pandemics that can cause a panic such as this, what have we learned and what have we put in place for protocols, and not so much for businesses, but in general for the community or for the county, And I speak this, I think, locally. I can't say that for the state or for the nation, but what do we have in place for a possible pandemic that can come and possibly have a much higher mortality rate? What are we doing to enforce something like this? Because I see that in other, I hate to say other countries or other areas, but everybody's suffering through this. But there are certain governments that have done a better job of controlling this. And what have we learned, and what protocols can we put in play for unexpected event?
That's a big question.
I know,
That is a big question.
and the person that can answer that is no other than Sarah Boss, right?
Maybe. So I think the first and most important thing to point out is that we have certain tools at our disposal at the local level that are, and they're limited. The state and the federal government actually are making a lot of the rules that then trickle down to us. And we have to kind of respond and adapt to what it is that they're doing. I think that the number of things that we have learned would take hours for us to describe. And frankly, a lot of it is very logistical and back office kinds of things. How do you plan for large scale, even when it's small? And how do you make those steps to scale up larger and faster? Patient movement between hospitals. There's just so many different things that we have learned about. And it would be difficult to summarize. And I think it's going to take years for local, state, and federal partners to be able to articulate the things that we have learned. What I can say is that our staff are really, really prepared and have amazing training at this point. We do have systems in place in terms of communicable disease tracking that we did not have before in the state of California. We have experienced folks for a response like this, which we did not have experience. We had training, but it's a lot different to get kind of a conceptual training than to actually do it. And so we had plans. A lot of those plans had assumptions to them. For instance, we thought the vaccine would be like the flu vaccine, and then it's not like the flu vaccine at all. So our vaccination clinics, we had to start from, well, not from scratch, but we had to really change everything. And so there are a lot of things that can be used and translated to a future event with a different illness. But one of the biggest things that we've learned is that you have to be extremely adaptable because every illness is different. The way it's transmitted, how you need to respond, how fast the research happens that informs that response is impossible to predict. And so we have to remain as nimble as possible and communicate as best we can with the community to prevent transmission.
Thank you, Sarah. I know that the County of Madera is a small player in this big organization when it comes to emergency response systems, but I think we can certainly learn from this experience and hopefully, not, and this is not to put anything down. I think we've done a great job with the resources that we have, but, if this happens out of the blue, who knows what other pandemic is out in the corner, and we cannot anticipate that, but we can certainly prepare for it. And here in the local level, I think we can take additional measures to help, just provide better safety measures for our community. So thank you for answering that question.
Councilwoman Gallegos, did you have something else to add?
Real fast, Sarah. I do represent the council on the hospital call, so I'm just gonna make a comment and then a question after that. I learned and wasn't aware of, so I'm just gonna share it. Some of you might already know that, but you're not truly vaccinated until after the second vaccination, and it's a week after, correct, Sarah?
It's 1 month later.
1 month later after the second vaccination.
No, oh, I'm sorry. The distance between the first vaccination and the second vaccination is a month.
Yes, but once you get that second, you're not truly vaccinated and cleared till a week after that second.
To the level of protection that the studies
Yes.
reported, that 95% threshold, correct.
Okay, so my question is the first vaccination the same as the second?
Yes.
Okay, that's the question I had not answered. Thank you. I get a lot of people asking that, so now I can answer that. Thank you.
And thank goodness, because it's complicated enough. If we had to sort out, oh gosh, that would be harder.
Seeing no further hands raised, we will then move on. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much for your information.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, now we will go on to section 1 to A, our workshop. Item A1 is the ordinance and related procedures. I believe Mr. Rodriguez, you have this item.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council, Arnoldo Rodriguez, City Manager. The item before you this evening is a continuation of the discussion we had 2 weeks ago at the first meeting in July regarding regarding the preparation of an ordinance that would allow cannabis within the city of Madera. With me this evening, we have Dave McPherson from HDL, who's the city's consultant assisting the city prepare this. And we also have Hilda Montoy. So between the three of us, the past month or so, we've been spending some quality time together, looking at different options about how to best approach an ordinance that could potentially allow the retail sales of cannabis, cultivation of cannabis, testing of cannabis, delivery of cannabis, and different iterations of some of the items that we talked about. So the item before you, I believe everyone can see my screen here. So again, it is a continuation of the meeting from 2 weeks ago. This is intended to serve as guidance from council and direction. And then also it also allows council to provide some feedback in terms of some potential wish lists or some do's and don'ts in what the council would like to see. I understand that we previously provided this slide, but just for the benefit of community members that may be joining us for the first time, a little bit of background: the city did retain HDL back in November of 2020 to assist the city prepare an ordinance that was eventually placed on the November 3rd ballot, commonly referred to as Measure R. And what that established was the maximum tax rates for cannabis, and that would be $10 per square foot for cultivation, 6% gross receipts for retail businesses, and 4% of all other. The council at its discretion could set a lower threshold. So hypothetically, the $10 per canopy per square foot for cultivation, council could come back and say, you know what, we only want to do $5 a square foot. But in no case can the council go above the $10 threshold. And then the second part of our agreement with HDL is that they would assist the city in the process that we're in right now, and that is to develop a regulatory ordinance that outlines the who, the what, and the how in terms of cannabis businesses here in the city. This process, again, it's intended to be an iterative process. The goal tonight is to gather feedback. We would then go back to, we would put pencil to paper. We would prepare an ordinance. We would eventually prepare a very rough draft of that ordinance back to council. And then I would envision that we would have a community meeting via Zoom, just to allow the community to ask questions, to provide some feedback in a forum other than the city council meeting. And then eventually we would go back, we would refine the draft ordinance based on community feedback, and then we would eventually present it to council. Of course, this is all with the understanding that council provides direction this evening to staff to continue in the process. At any point, council can say, you know, staff, thank you very much. We're gonna pump the brakes a little bit, and then we'll do that. And again, the purpose of the meeting tonight is simply for feedback from council to staff. Apologize for that. So the discussion, this was also a slide that was included in the presentation from last week, where staff provided a rough draft of 7 different steps. And this was the table that was provided. This table was also provided in the staff report, and it was posted on our website the day after the last meeting, which was January the 7th. We posted this on the city's website. And I also emailed it to individuals that had requested or had previously expressed some interest in cannabis. Some of those were cannabis folks in the retail business, and some of them were community members. I have a running list of contacts that I emailed this to the following day to make sure that they had it in case they had any questions. A couple of key points that staff made at the last meeting in terms of feedback, and we can always come back to this, obviously, but a couple of key direction points that staff was hoping to obtain some council feedback on was staff presented an option to have one permit, a singular permit, versus two permits. There's no right or wrong in terms of do we have one permit versus two. Some communities like one permit, some communities like two. The one permit would be a cannabis business permit, which would also include the land use component to it. If we were to go to two permits, you would have a business license, and then you would also have a land use, traditionally a conditional use permit, which would be the land use process. Staff is recommending that we have one permit. We believe it makes it a more streamlined version. And then it also comes down to a bandwidth issue in terms of staff. If we have two permits, it takes additional staff time. Granted, staff, the city can always collect its processing fees, and our fees could go up to recoup those funds. However, staff again would propose that we have one permit. The second part, a second item that we were seeking direction on this evening was a selection process. At the last meeting, I did not refer to it as a hybrid, and if I did, it escapes me now. But one thing that we heard from two of the speakers at the last meeting, and since then I've had a couple of discussions with a couple of different retail or potential retail applicants, and they've expressed a desire to have a merit-based system. And a merit-based system, again, there's no right or wrong in terms of either of these. There are lots of different ways to allow cannabis sales. A merit-based process is traditionally you would rank the applicants, and whoever receives the highest score gets to move forward in the process. What we are proposing this evening would be a hybrid model where the applicants would still go through that, where their applications would be ranked. And after the ranking, anyone that would meet a minimum threshold number, and I'm simply going to use the number 90% for argument's sake for the time being, because that's an easy number for me to remember. So hypothetically, if it was out of 100 points, any application that receives a score of 90 or higher would advance in the process. Any applicant that would score 89.9 or lower would be eliminated from the process. At that point, if an applicant were not selected to move forward in the process, they would have an opportunity to appeal. And that's another item that we can discuss in terms of who the appeal body is and what the purpose is. However, if an applicant were to be fortunate enough to advance to round two, that would be in the lottery, where staff would recommend that anyone that meets a minimum of 90% or 90 points, and again, that's only for argument's sake, they would be placed in the lottery, and then we would select the numbers and we would place them in order, thereby creating an eligibility list. So the eligibility list would establish the order of retail shops or cultivators in the city. So it is a hybrid model. While I think a lot of individuals will refer to this as a lottery system, it does have merit-based components included, because the first process to review the applications, it would be a merit-based process where the scoring system would be based on items included in their application. And some of the items that we would be looking at in terms of staff, the criteria for review would be their business plan, labor diversity and inclusion plan. And I think I'm missing the term equity on this. So it would be labor diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, their security plan, a safety plan, a neighborhood compatibility plan, and community benefits. So that's the criteria that they would be graded against. And again, applicants that were to receive that would meet a minimum threshold would advance to the lottery. And again, this is going back to the slide. The second item that we had discussed was what's the role of the public meeting. Council may recall that at the last item we said, one of the items we talked about is after it's placed on an eligibility list, we would have a community meeting where nearby property owners would be notified of the application. And at that point, we would have a community meeting, not to take action, but to solicit community feedback in case there's a situation that staff wasn't aware of. And the prime example is what happens if we have a community meeting and there's a daycare center next door that we are unaware of. And that provides us an opportunity to make sure that we're not missing anything. And at the same time, community members usually don't like it when they have a new business and they're not aware of it. The other item is sensitive uses, and what the state does define some sensitive uses. But the other item that we discussed at our last meeting was, are there any additional sensitive uses that the council would like staff to review? So for example, the state regulations include schools, daycares, and youth centers. It's common for other sensitive uses to include homes, parks, and libraries. There are lots of different ways of looking at it, but again, these are some potential options or potential direction that council can provide. And then also, if we do provide, if council does elect to go the route of certain sensitive uses, it would be wise to take a look at that, how it would impact certain areas, specifically the downtown area. For example, there are some religious institutions in downtown Madera. There's some daycare centers in downtown Madera, I believe. And so whatever criteria council provides staff, we would want to make sure that we ground truth that, because again, oftentimes when you're writing codes or laws or legislation, you can have unintended consequences. So we would simply want to make sure that we go through the mental gymnastics and we ground truth whatever implications or whatever direction council provides. And then at the last meeting, we also discussed the role of the city manager. A couple of different options. The city manager's role can be several, depending on the direction of council. One, the city manager can serve as the body that takes action, or the individual in this case that takes action. So the city manager could take action to approve or deny applications once they go through the process, thereby making the city council the appeal board. Or is the role of the city council, or is the role of the city manager advisory to the city council, and does the city council at that point approve or deny an application? If the city serves as the decision-making body, there would be no more appeals in that process. Rather, if an applicant or a community member would want to appeal the council's action, someone would have to file litigation in Superior Court, and it would have to go through the judicial process, not necessarily the judicial process of the city. And then also, staff pitched out a couple of scenarios where what happens with ownership changes. At one point, we identified that any business that changes ownership by more than 51%, that item would have to come back to council. That may largely be determined by the role of the city council or the role of the city manager. The city manager serves as the approval person or as the decision maker. Council may say, well, it makes more sense to have ownership changes go back to the city manager, not all the way to council, because council didn't approve the initial application. And then also location changes as well. If there is hypothetically a retail cannabis shop and they want to move down the street, what's the process for that? Because in all likelihood, at some point that will occur. And then another item that we discussed very, very briefly was the number of permits. There are a couple of different options. One can be retail versus non-retail, where they're lumped together. Another option could be to limit a combination of permits. So a couple of scenarios, the council could provide to say, well, we only want a maximum of 5 retail shops, and non-retail, we're going to permit 5. Or the council could say, we want to permit 5 retail, and we want to have an unlimited number of non-retail. And the non-retail is traditionally testing, cultivation, and manufacturing. Or the council could say, well, we want a maximum of 6 retail, but we're only going to allow 10 altogether. So you could go 5. So there's different versions, or there's different scenarios that play out there. And again, the idea tonight is that we're not necessarily looking for finite, the end direction, but just some direction so we can start preparing the ordinance. And then at that point, we would come back to council for final decision down the road. But again, this process, it is going to be iterative, because as we go through the process, there's different decision points and guidance that we'll need from council. A couple of points of clarification to identify is limiting the number of applications per applicant. We wouldn't want someone applying for multiple permits for different sites. So staff would recommend that every person that has ownership or stake in one place of business cannot file for second place of business. So hypothetically, if I own 2% in one cannabis shop and 18% of another, I can only be included in one application for the process. A question was asked, do other municipalities have lottery systems? And I will defer to David in a few minutes, and David can provide some background. My understanding is that other cities do have lottery systems, or different versions of a lottery system, or similar models. And then how to avoid stacking. And stacking is used, it's a common term in cannabis, but it can mean different things for different people. Stacking can mean what happens if you have a shop that has plants, that has multiple plants within different shelves, but it's only covering so much area. Another way to look at stacking when it comes to cannabis is having multiple applications filed for the same piece of property. So you could have 10 applicants filing for the same piece of property. Staff would recommend that we would have 1 applicant per site, thereby not tying up lots of properties. And once you go through the process, in theory, you would release those sites, because we don't want potential applicants tying up property for long periods of time, because then that's going to have a negative impact on our community. If we have any vacancies in our community, we obviously want those storefronts filled with stores and retail shops, and we don't want to have vacant buildings, because you get into the broken windows syndrome. And so in terms of future discussion items, we council can obviously provide feedback on this, but this is not something that staff is necessarily seeking this evening. However, if council gives the opinion that this is something that you would like to discuss this evening, we most definitely can. But it's the idea of what happens to the money that once we receive it, and how are those funds allocated. Again, this is not a decision that has to be made this evening, but if council would want to provide direction, we can most definitely do that. But this evening, again, the goal was to, one of the goals is to just get some direction on some general decision points so we can begin to craft a draft ordinance. And with that, I am going to, I'm going to stop sharing my screen briefly, and I'm going to ask David or Hilda if they would like to add anything that I may have missed, or if you would want to elaborate on any of the items, or if I missed anything.
I'm going to defer to David. He's an expert in this. I would just recommend, so that we can move forward on drafting the regulatory ordinance, I would recommend that we focus on that first before we get into discussions on revenue, because the issue of revenue is one that I'm sure you're going to want to talk a lot about, but it's going to come after. I mean, we need to craft the ordinance so that it can be effective and you can start collecting revenue. And so that's more of a policy call, so that I would recommend.
And just to comment on a few items. First of all, on the application process, city manager brought up about retail and non-retail. Whatever process we do, the goal would be that we would have two separate lines as far as the process. If you chose to do the hybrid or lottery for the retail, since that's kind of looked at as the golden ticket and the most competitive, that would be one process separate from what we would do for the non-retail, be it if you choose to limit the number and it needs to be competitive to get to a number, or if it's going to be unlimited or limited to a full number, but a lot more flexibility. And to share some thoughts with that, City of Fresno on the non-retail activities only received 27 applications out of 140 for non-retail. And they were at the time allowing 16. And so where they're at now in the interviews, they only really have to tell 8 people that they may not get a permit. And of a city of 500,000 compared to your population, you can see there's not like a huge demand in general for the non-retail. So being over concerned about being too restrictive on it, you could do that to make sure it's not a cap, but it's not something that is just going to run wild, in our opinion, based on what we've, the input that we've received so far, or just general senses of that. Just to share that with you. Regarding the lottery, the question had come up on that. The cities that have kind of explored different versions of that lottery are the city of Stockton, city of Long Beach, which we participated. It happened to be an initiative, but did have a lottery process to it. The city of Banning is in that process. The city of King City, which is just on the other side of the mountain from you. Santa Ana, and then Sacramento is doing an extension where they're addressing for the next year, since they've had some problems with their retail as far as who got them. And again, that was an example why you kind of limit the ownership, because there was one owner that had significant amount of numbers and they didn't even know it occurred. So that kind of covers that. And then there were some comments about some of the criteria of why it should be merit, because it's not going to address labor or it's not going to address any concerns. Be mindful that to get to 90%, the criteria concerns that have been brought up in the last conversation regarding, local preference or good benefits or union requirements, things of that nature, to get to 90% plus, that's the minimum bar. And we will have those criteria that have been brought out regarding that will be part of that category that Bernardo mentioned about the labor, diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. All that is encumbered in that criteria as part of that meeting to get to the 90%. Thank you.
So with that being said, Mayor, I can turn it back over to the spreadsheet unless I can turn it back over to you, Mayor, and the council for discussion, or just to say come where the council would like to take the discussion.
Well, I think what we can do is do discussion, and then if somebody wants to see a particular item on your PowerPoint, then we can go to that.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do now is open it up to my colleagues for them to have input on the ordinance. Councilmember Montes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just trying to go through all this in my head, because there's a lot of information. And one of the questions I had is, and I mean, it sounds like this is the 1-part versus 2-part application. It sounds like a good idea. How does that impact the lottery if we go from a 1-part to a 2-part, or is that even a moot point at this point?
David, would you take that?
Because so I'm going through the exercise in my head, right? And it might not be a good thing, but so if you do the lottery first, right, you're basically guaranteed to have a permit to operate, and then you go through the whole process. And at that point, well, what are the options for, I don't want to say enforcement, but if they don't meet the requirements or our minimum standards, then where do we go from there if the process was a lottery to begin with? Or am I getting it kind of mixed up?
Yeah, this is David. I think you reversed it. So the goal would be is that there would be a completeness in the package, which would be meeting all the criteria that the city is requesting to be part of the scoring element, and to complete a background and the due diligence in the property where they might be located. That's the completeness process. Then the step 2 is the application is reviewed to get them qualified for discussion and 90%. Anyone that hits that target of 90% or higher, instead of getting 15 people, they get 90, get that score and you leave one out, they all get to go into that lottery versus being interviewed up to that step.
Okay. So I guess I'm asking a question to kind of answer some questions that are being asked of me. So what, I don't want to say how do I respond to, if somebody says, okay, well, since it's a lottery system, I don't even want to apply, right? And then what that's going to do is if you take out, favorable, or not, I don't want to say favorable, but good operators, because I'm sure there's a significant amount of investment to get to that point, to even get to the application process. How do we address that?
Well, again, if you get, statistically speaking, what we've seen in the last year, if they're all good operators, if you get 20 applicants and they all get 90% or higher, they all get to go in the pool. The emphasis on this is how do we streamline it, take out some of the subjectivity that at least as an interpreter, because you're going to have winners and losers, where you could end up having 10, 15 people appeal it, or 2 or 3 people litigate it, which has been traditionally of what we've seen through every state, county, and local agency that limits the number of permits throughout the country.
Okay. And then we have seen that with lotteries that it does limit the amount of litigation in the back end.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. David, to that same point, so what you're suggesting is that we go through this merit system also, where the minimum criteria, they have to hit a certain 90% before they can jump into the lottery. Now, is there, for any company looking to go that route, is there expenses up to that point? Again, you have the most experience, and I'd like to ask you, if you're one of the applicants that's wanting to get to this lottery, how much money would you say would be spent to get to that point? You don't have to give me an answer if you don't know that, but is there a substantial amount of money for a well-capitalized organization, or maybe this company that wants to get to that point?
Sure. I think any business that, getting an echo here. I think any business that enters this game, they're going to have a cost of trying to find a location that they may get a contingency lease on for 2 or 3 months, if not longer. They're going to have a cost of putting the application together if they hire a consultant or attorney to assist them on that, and then just the application itself. So that can range potentially $50,000 to $80,000. Most of it has to be tying up a property that's eligible. So if we link it to the property, which is critical because a lot of your decision tree of why we're going to have the public meeting of concerns of location is really tied to the property. So that'll give you a ballpark.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess, the follow-up to that is once they've met that criteria, then they move on to the lottery. And I don't think this council has really established a number of applicants, or the winners of the lottery, right? I don't know if it's 2, if it's 5, if it's 10. I don't get me wrong, I like the fact that it's like a hybrid, because you do have a merit system integrated into it, and then you have this lottery where you take away litigation. But just to reiterate, you're not really taking away the litigation from a lottery, right? Because the lottery can still, it can still bring litigation. And I don't know if I can defer that back to our legal counsel, but is that right there, Hilda? We're not necessarily taking away the litigation completely, right?
That's correct. The lottery, based on our review, based primarily on your consultant's experience, is that litigation is minimized with the lottery system, particularly with a hybrid one, but it is not eliminated.
Okay. Well, again, I think it's a great idea. I don't know once you put it in practical terms and what that brings to the table, what kind of players we get. But I'm in the boat where you let the market kind of regulate, but I'm not sure that this council would want to allow for an infinite amount of licenses, right? I mean, just following the regulatory ordinances and the zoning or what have you, following the policies that are in place to allow multiple of operators, and just let the market kind of dictate what it does. You don't do it no different than what your local Starbucks, Subways do. I mean, they can't necessarily have one in every corner because they cannibalize each other. But in this case, I think this body wants to set a certain amount of licenses for retail. And again, that's the way I look at it. I always think the market can take care of itself. This lottery deal obviously would certainly help reduce the litigation. I certainly don't want to see the city go that path either and not collect any revenue whatsoever. The other topic that was brought up is retail versus non-retail. Now, I don't know if this body would also consider lottery for the non-retail or only retail. And that's another discussion that I'd like to bring up to make sure that we can define those terms, because you might have a really well-established company, capital that's well capitalized, that wants to do maybe like a vertical integration where they might have production, manufacturing, testing, and maybe a storefront, but not necessarily have to go through the process of a lottery, because the way I see it in that the integration of that type of business, I think will bring in more jobs, you stimulate more growth because there's more to that particular industry. And that's one other discussion that I like to make sure this body decides on, whether the lottery is going only on retail or are we also doing that for the non-retail.
I'd like to chime in, just one item, because I think we've been kind of like ignoring, except for one comment about the number of dispensaries in particular. Arnoldo, going back to the ordinance, if we said that we were going to open up one dispensary in each city council district, which would make it 6, could we come back in a year or 2 and increase that amount?
Yes. So
Okay.
can the council at some point, one of the things, council always has the option of modifying the regulations. We just have to go through a process. The number of lottery or the number of dispensaries will probably not be housed within the ordinance. It will more than likely be housed in a policy adopted by council per resolution. And Hilda, feel free to chime in, or David. And at that point, that provides council a little bit more flexibility in the future of modifying it. So it's set in stone, but it's very liquidly stone, because it's not, it's not in concrete quite yet, right? And so you can change it, but at the same time, you don't want to change it too frequently, because that could potentially disrupt the marketplace.
So it's kind of hard in sand.
Yeah,
So
that's a better way of saying.
I think it would be, given the size of our community, I would look favorably upon 6, one in each district to begin with, and then we could revisit this in X amount of years. The other item would be to allow for the other types of business, not set a number on those until we can get a, kind of an idea of what those other businesses would be entailing. So I would start there just to try to give us some kind of focus. And again, this is not a finished document. What we're doing is providing insight to our staff as to where we're going with this. Mr. Montes, you had your hand raised. I want to give somebody the other opportunity to speak on this if they want.
Yeah, unless somebody else has a comment, I would like to give the other council members time. So I was just gonna kind of chime in on some of the things that you and Councilmember Rodriguez had said.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would encourage my fellow council members to chime in with this so that we don't dominate the conversation. We want to give.
Councilwoman Evans has her hand up. Just a heads up.
No, I don't see that. Okay. Oh, okay. You're physically moving your hands. Okay, Councilwoman Evans, you have to unmute yourself.
Well, at least now you can hear me. Is that
Gotcha.
better? Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going on a different aspect as far as I understand everything that's going on. But what I want to know as far as the dispensaries, okay, and this may be far off and this may be something that we have to come back to the table on or whatever. But as far as the money factor, as far as what would be brought back into our city, okay, I'm gonna speak layman's terms because we may very well have individuals out there, and when you speak in the hybrid and the this and this, a lot of times individuals may not just understand it, okay? So what I'm asking is, you have these dispensaries, okay? Just say you have 6 dispensaries. Now, what's the breakdown? What is Madera going to make off of the dispensaries versus the individual that's taking it away? We want to try to keep as much money in-house. And I understand these companies have to run themselves and they have to have employees. We need to make sure that we have our people able to have jobs that are here in town, as well as for these dispensaries to be able to allocate a donation to different organizations throughout the city to make sure that our funds maintain and remain here in our city versus them taking in all the money. We have very few employees that are homegrown that are here in Madera. They bring in all of their people. So really, Madera is only making them money and we're not getting anything off of it. How is that going to work?
I'll start, but then again, I'll defer to the consultants. Well, first of all, you have a tax measure that the city adopted. So
Okay.
you're ahead there in that these kinds of businesses will be treated differently than say a Starbucks or Jack in the Box or other businesses as far as the taxes that go to the city. So that's one thing. And then as far as the revenues, again, at some point you can decide how you're going to spend those revenues, but there will be components as far as besides the tax measure and the tax consequences. We envision you giving us direction to include factors such as equity and social benefits that would be derived from those businesses as well. There would be different components, and I think they're part of step 2 that your city manager provided in that spreadsheet.
Okay. Just wanting to make sure that our people are going to benefit as opposed to having these people coming in and setting up all these dispensaries and our people, Maderians, not have, say, jobs, okay? Not have, the income to come out. If you have an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, let our people make the money off of it just as well as the dispensaries that are going to make the money off of it.
Councilwoman Gallegos, were you saying anything? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Garcia. Just to reiterate on the comments there from Councilwoman Evans, you're absolutely right, is that I don't think anyone in this council wants to see the jobs go elsewhere. I think that's one of the merit systems that's established in this ordinance, is that we want people to provide us with a good labor plan, and that's where they score high. I think at the end of the day, we want those jobs to stay here. We want those money to stay here, and I think all of us here want to see that. As far as how the money's generated from that, And what we do with that, I think that'll be the second step that we have a discussion on whether or not we utilize those funds for whether it be parks and other activities within the city. But that's a discussion I think that we'll have on our following workshop. But you're certainly right that we want to see that these players come in here and they have a good plan as far as what they're going to do with jobs. I just want to go back also to Mayor Garcia's number. Is that something that we want to establish is moving forward? Is it 6 applicants, or do we want to see more? You brought up 6, 1 per district. I would increase that to 2 per district if we could. Not sure if we release those in phases or not, but I certainly don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by putting a certain number and capping it there, but rather allowing the market to dictate how many we can sustain. And I can give you an example. Colorado has over 596 dispensaries for 10,000 people, and that's the market moving at its best. And that's a huge amount of dispensaries, right? But again, we're not Colorado. So I don't know. I think a number certainly would be something that staff would want to look forward to. So if that's what the majority of you guys seek is 6, I would suggest that we don't put a cap on it, but we'd rather leave that open. And I'll defer to you, David, to see if what other cities are doing that are not inviting litigation either.
So for those that didn't participate in our workshop, what we were recommending is 1 retail per 15 to 18,000 at the low end, and not more than 1 to 20,000 if you were taking conservatively. So I think back to the mayor's comment about around 6, because you've got the two goals you want to achieve. One is you don't want to have a bunch of low end dispensaries not being very successful because they're just plagiarizing or cannibalizing on each other. But at the same time is you want to make sure that you can meet the market demand. So it's somewhere in between there that you want to use as a guideline for consideration. The other comment about bringing some in now and then some later is that should you choose to do that, you may want to have at least memorialized that it could be there. Some of these businesses that are going to compete for each other, maybe purchase property, negotiate leases, they're doing it based on what their potential for their market share is and what their return is on it. So if you added more on there later and they didn't bank on that, then it could impact their returns of why they were competitive in that process to begin with. Just want to share that thought with you.
So again, your suggestion would be that it be 1 per 15 to 18,000. Did I hear that correct? Or is it 10 to 18,000?
That tends to be the number that alcohol uses in their model analysis. So it's pretty consistent for what was in Prop 64.
So could we leave the window open and, okay, you start out with the 6, but could we maybe not put a cap on 6 and say half 2 per district, but at least leave it, start out with the 6 and then just know that we might possibly be able to grow to 2 per district versus just leaving it at the 1 per district all the way across?
Yeah, the council could do that. I think if I'm doing based on David's figures, I think it would probably be recommended based on our population, based on the existing numbers, not necessarily the most recent census data, which may change things a little bit. We're looking at about 4 shops, or 5 shops, it sounds like, right, David? If we're a town of 68,000 people roughly, and cities always add a couple extra people to their population. So I'm going to say 68,000. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and we also took in consideration a little market share of some of the other smaller cities around you that do not have or will not. So you're going to get some of that. So that's why I think we rounded it to the 6 at that time.
Okay.
That analysis.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to round it up to 6. Councilmember Montes.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. So one of the community concerns that I got when I was advocating for the ballot measure was that people didn't want a shop on every corner. So I think that we have to be sensitive to the community's concerns. So having that number, and I would defer to what's being recommended, the 1 per 15 to 18,000, that number. But I would question the council district limitation, and not necessarily saying that it's a good or a bad idea, but Madera is not, I don't think it's that big enough where you can't, reach any end of town in a couple minute drive. And I do understand that, there are some people that don't have vehicles, but I would just, what is the rationale for that?
If you're asking me,
Or whoever it came from.
yeah, well, because I think I was the only one to propose the 6. I've looked at other communities, and what I don't want to see is when I see it in other communities, they put these businesses in one area of town is basically what I'm saying. And I think that we have enough diverse business areas that we could put one in each district in those business areas throughout the city, so that it doesn't impact one community by having 2 or 3 dispensaries in one district. So I was just thinking 1 per district, and then that would make sense, because as I've seen every district, every district has business areas that would allow for that. So that was my rationale for doing that on that one. And then, you want to comment on that again, Steve?
No, I like I said, I just I get that, like, and in places where I've seen it, where they're a little bit bigger geographic area, right? So you have a lot more impact in a certain neighborhood. But again, again, Madera is going to grow, right? And we can talk about future impacts, and it's just something I wasn't seeing right now. But as far as doing a hybrid for the different types, right? So retail versus manufacturing, I would say keep a hybrid of the hybrid, where you have that trigger. So you don't have, I know David's saying that you're not going to get a lot of non-retail, interest. But if it does happen, we have that to trigger just in case. Because if you leave it open-ended, and you start seeing some of those negative impacts, it's going to be a little bit harder for us to address it without litigation. I would recommend we have that lottery in the merit system on both ends, on both or all types. And if we, there could be a trigger, right? If we have more than the 5 that we're allowing, and then it'll trigger, and then we go to a lottery. But if we only get 3 apps, well, then it doesn't matter, right? They would have to meet the minimum requirement to be allowed. Otherwise, we would just move forward that way.
So I'm thinking we're making ground in the number of licenses. I think, the number was thrown out there, 6. Is that still something, a consensus of what the city council is going towards, or are we looking at something smaller? And I say that because I've heard it from not one, but several, whether it's in a district based or not, the number's still out there. And I think if we can get to that, I think that'll give us some progress as far as where we're heading.
I have a question too, maybe for Mr. McPherson. If you're entertaining the lottery, and then are you going to have 6 lotteries then, if you have 6 districts, and only those applicants that are eligible for each district go into that particular one? I've never seen something like that, but does that dilute the better applicants?
Yeah, so with that per district component, and it does put a little more of a snag in there. What we typically, I think, Councilman Montez made is usually when you see bigger cities that are well spread out, that where they limit it to district, if you wanted to kind of get to the same results, you can say that, two dispensaries or two retailers cannot be more than 300 feet from each other. So that it'll force that natural to get to some kind of same response without going to a district. So it meets both needs. Otherwise, you are pulling hats, and you could end up having, the first three drawn could be out of one district. And then you're just basically creating an eligibility for that district.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you could end up with not a great applicant and say you only had one applicant. Well, in theory, they would advance, so they would have to meet the minimum threshold, but you could end up with someone who just squeezes by. But again, they would meet the minimum threshold, so in theory, they'd be a good operator for one district.
But you would have less in one. You could have only one applicant for one district, and that applicant moves on because that applicant's eligible and gets to move on.
That's it.
Correct.
So that does create an interesting wrinkle in the process.
So I think the number would be a first start before we jump into districts. I mean, are we okay with a certain amount of applications, or licenses that we want to do? I get the second layer of risk that David and Hilda bring, because I think that only adds more. But at this time, what does the council would like to see as far as number of licenses? Not necessarily in a particular district, just in general.
I think 60 is a good number, and we make it a lottery.
What are we at, 5.3 with the low number for David's calculations?
Yeah.
So that would be 6.
Okay. So
Can't do a 0.3, right?
yes, we'll round up.
You were going to say something, Mr. Rodriguez, Arnoldo?
And no, so it sounds like the consensus by the council, and I definitely don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, is for the meantime, the direction is that to prepare an ordinance with 6 licenses. And, knowing that eventually we'll come back to council, and that provides council an opportunity to kind of digest it for some time.
And Mayor and Council, before you actually give your consent, your majority direction for the different aspects of this, maybe it's a good time to go to the public, because they may have input on some of this as well.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Alicia, you had said that you had one email, I believe.
Yes, Mayor. I received an email addressed to Mayor and members of the City Council from Angelica Sanchez, Director of Government Affairs and Compliance with the Perfect Union. It's regarding commercial cannabis application process. And it reads, I'd like to start by introducing ourselves. Perfect Union is one of the foremost cannabis operators in the state. Our first cannabis dispensary opened in Sacramento over a decade ago. And now we operate a state-of-the-art indoor cultivation facility, distribution facility, and 2 retail stores in Sacramento, as well as stores in Marysville, Weed, Turlock, Riverbank, Seaside, and Morro Bay. We are one of the only all-union cannabis companies in the state and have been for more than 10 years. Perfect Union provides high-paying jobs with healthcare, dental, paid vacation time, and other benefits to hundreds of employees. We are deeply proud of these accomplishments and have a long history of navigating various cannabis licensing processes and jurisdictions throughout the state. We'd like to recognize and thank you for all the hard work you have put into this process. We understand that creating a fair application process for cannabis businesses is challenging. In our experience, choosing the best operator is often what local jurisdictions hope to accomplish, which is why we are adamantly opposed to a lottery system. We recommend that the city adopt a merit-based selection process that ensures applicants are solely scored on their merit and ranked accordingly. This way, the city chooses cannabis dispensary operators that are highly qualified and the right fit for the city of Madera. Instituting a lottery will leave the city with little to no control over who is chosen and may cause significant problems, which are outlined below. The process of reviewing and selecting operators can be the best opportunity to prioritize the things that are most important for the city of Madera. This is usually done by developing specific criteria, conducting interviews, and evaluating based on that criteria. For example, some jurisdictions may award additional points for union operators with the history of active collective bargaining agreements, those who agree to local hiring practices, or those who have a history of giving back to the community. Again, this This can be a point in the process where working backward from goal can help with choosing the best operators. Which business models do you want in your community? In California, lawsuit appeals and unqualified lottery winners have led to significant delays in dispensaries opening at the expense of patients in need of access to cannabis. Examples of this include the lottery process in Santa Ana. 7 months after 20 marijuana license applicants were granted dispensary licenses by lottery, but only 2 of those dispensaries have opened. When choosing operators based on luck and not merit, jurisdictions can inadvertently select applicants that are not financially prepared to open a dispensary or do not have the operating experience to do so effectively. Looking to other states as examples, lottery systems have failed to accomplish this goal on multiple occasions. In Michigan, well-connected players in Traverse City gained by the lottery system by forming shell corporations and using family members and friends to submit multiple applications for one site. While being unable to level the playing field, lottery systems have also produced poor outcomes for patients. In the Traverse City lottery, 5 licensed winners were located on one street within 1 mile of each other. Another problem with the lottery system is the potential for small group of businesses who have submitted multiple applications to win the majority of available licenses. As a result, a small number of companies can dominate the industry. That's precisely what happened in Canada. In total, 1,350 applicants were submitted for 51 cannabis retail store permits. When the lottery ended, 5 companies received 17 of the permits, meaning 1/3 of the total licenses are shared between those 5 companies. Lottery systems have tried and led to negative outcomes in every jurisdiction where cannabis is legally regulated, which is why we are recommending the City of Madera instead choose a process to vet candidates with merit-based system instead of a lottery. We sincerely appreciate your review of our recommendations. Please consider us as a resource as you navigate this process, and feel free to reach out anytime with questions or comments at 916-582-8005. And she's also provided her email address on hennicottperfectunion.com. Mayor, I'd also like to mention she also provided 3 newspaper articles which reference the cities she mentioned in this letter. Let me just double check one more.
I don't see any attendees with their hands raised. Going back to comments, Arnoldo, we have not really asked our council members to discuss the merit, the points on the merits. Did you want to finish that up before we move on?
Yeah, Mayor, we also received a second letter from UFCW. Alicia, would you mind reading that into the record before can we jump into the items that the mayor just?
At a different letter?
This is a different letter.
Or is it a different entity? Because if, I mean, that's your prerogative to read a second letter from the same entity. Usually it's just one letter.
It's a different Hilda from UFC.
A different organization?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll begin reading. The United Food and Commercial Workers Local 8 Golden State is pleased your city is moving forward with the cannabis licensing framework process, and it is our hope the inclusion of labor standards and a merit-based selection process will be included in the final draft. We are a union of food and commercial workers with over 1.3 million members throughout the United States and Canada. We are a part of America that makes safety and reliability a part of every retail transaction. The adoption of the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, MAU-CRSA, has brought the need for compliance and safety to the cannabis industry. Since 2010, UFCW has represented cannabis workers across the country and committed to a gold standard for workers' rights and protections. The cannabis industry, while newly legal, has existed in California for a long time. From growing to harvesting to production to sales, all aspects of the industry have an extensive history across our state. However, the illegal nature of the industry means that in many cases, a culture exists that works against concerns like worker safety and health. Similarly, due to the illicit nature of the industry prior to legalization, workers may now find themselves unaware of their rights as legitimate employees. This culture sadly will not change overnight. It will take time for workers to appreciate their new rights and even more time for Title VIII regulations to adapt to new unforeseen hazards. In the meantime, a focus on prevention remains the best way to keep workers safe and free from intimidation. It is imperative to establish a merit-based application licensing process to ensure businesses meet certain workplace standards, establish safe, healthy, and economically beneficial work environments, provide equal work opportunity for women and people of color, guarantee livable wages, health insurance, retirement benefits, and fair process for its employees to join a union, provide safety and safe products to the general public. The entire UFCW union family has a deep understanding of how to make the cannabis industry work well for everyone involved in it. We have a long and proud history of advocacy for workers, their families, and the communities they serve in other highly regulated sectors such as agriculture, pharmaceutical, distillery, manufacturing, and processing. Just as we've done for the aforementioned industries, our union has been instrumental in shaping policies on the local and state level that allow workers to organize without fear or intimidation, promote health and safety standards, highlight career pathways, promote social equity, and protect consumer safety within the cannabis industry. Here's a brief list of what we've accomplished just in the last 2 years on the state level. Local municipal labor standards will be provided separately. SB 1294, Bradford 2018, created a statewide cannabis equity program that ensures that the now legalized cannabis industry in California is diverse and inclusive. SB 595, Bradford 2019, offers waivers for fees regarding application license fees, licensing fee, and renewal fee. AB 1291, John Sawyer 2019, require an applicant with 20 or more employees to provide a notarized statement that the applicant will enter into or demonstrate that it has already entered into and abide by the terms of the labor peace agreement. This bill will also include an applicant for a state license under MAU CRSA if the applicant has less than 20 employees and is not yet entered a labor peace agreement, to provide a notarized statement as part of its application indicating that the applicant will enter into and abide by the terms of the labor peace agreement within 60 days of employing its 20th employee. AB 2799, Jones Sawyer 2018, require an applicant for initial licensure or renewal of a state license under MAU CRSA to provide a statement that the applicant employs or will employ within 1 year of receiving a license or renewal. One supervisor and one employee who have successfully completed a Cal OSHA 30-hour general industry course offered by a training provider that is authorized by an OSHA Training Institute Education Center to provide the course. We firmly believe the city should choose a merit-based application selection process that includes strong labor standards that will establish safe, healthy, and economically beneficial work environments. The UFCW is joined by several large cannabis operators who share the same opinion. UFCW's partnership with these operators raises standards for cannabis workers across California, and we are proud to represent the workers at the forefront of the legal cannabis industry. We strongly encourage the city to move forward with the merit-based selection process inclusive of strong labor standards and ensure the communities like Madera get the maximum economic benefit from each new license graded, and that each new job is boon to the local economy, not a drain on the social safety net. Thank you for your time and consideration. Jackie Lovell, and that's with the UFCW 8. And that would be it, Mayor, for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Alicia. And I just wanted to address an issue that I know there's a certain level of frustration over this long drawn out process, but I believe that it's necessary for us to flesh this out. The good thing is that merit-based versus lottery, we have a hybrid that we're looking at and can move forward. And at any time in the future, as Arnoldo has said, we can change it to be one or continue to have both in play. So definitely we want to hear more regarding the merit-based versus lottery issue. But Arnoldo, if you could just hammer down those merit issues, what would constitute getting the maximum amount of points based on the merit system for applicants to be able to get the highest numbers in our system.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And if it's okay, I'm going to defer to David, who's the subject matter expert on this. And David, would you be able to provide the council with some examples?
Yeah, so Mayor, really, everything everyone's saying is, we're all saying really the same thing. The question really is If you get 20 applicants and your number one applicant from your 20th applicant is less than 2.5 points, are we really talking about someone that doesn't meet all the goals that everyone's mentioned? In order to get to there, it's just splitting hairs on who you select. And do you want to be in a decision of number 20 arguing, well, I can get 2 more points, so I can bump up there to be number 6. That's really where the challenges we've ran into in the last couple of years, where everyone is going to have all good benefits, all community benefits, meet everything that everyone is saying and commenting or concerns about. We're talking about that 1 percentile of person that's going to be in that lottery. Not in the old days, and someone used the example of Santa Ana, where there was co-op and collectives where they just did multiple volumes to improve their chances in there, and there wasn't good quality. We're talking about all A students applying for one application to get into the best college. Is really what we're doing.
But
So
I
they're
think
all going to be
the
good.
mayor wants, David, is more of an explanation of the criteria that will be used to evaluate them so that they do make it to the lottery. So
Right, the merits themselves as opposed to
yes,
Sure.
what are the criteria?
lottery versus merits.
And I think that
Thank
was
you.
your PowerPoint, Arnoldo.
Yes, step 2.
Step 2. Yes. So in the merit-based process, again, with that hybrid, we're really requiring them to meet that same criteria in step 2. If you did a merit process, it's going to be the same, because the lottery is only the final decision tree, where again, if you had 20 applicants and number 1 through number 20 is separated by 2.5%, how do you eliminate appeals? Someone challenging or arguing, how they move up from number 20 to 6 when they only need 2.5 points. So that same system is there with this hybrid. In order to get to a 90% criteria, you're going to have to be an exceptional applicant to even get to the lottery. And then all of them will be pretty much the same with that criteria there.
And the criteria that Arnoldo has put on the screen is a business plan, the labor diversity and inclusion plan, a security plan, a safety plan, neighborhood compatibility, community benefits. That's the criteria. And of course, they also have to pay their fees, pass background checks, include insurance, indemnification, et cetera.
And properly zoned, the location they select. So these are pretty consistent throughout the state of criteria that are being used that the industry that are applying for these are very familiar with. Of course, from policymakers, one of the things when we bring this back that you can make a decision tree is typically, how you weight the points for these. Should you find one category be more critical than others? In some communities, where they're located is essentially their number 1 priority. So they may weigh more points to there than they would for a security or safety plan. In other communities where they're more concerned about the safety, they pour more weight in there. So actually how you score them, when we come back to you, you can provide us more direction of how you would want to see the weight of these scored, so that one category might weigh more than another category. Once we provide you a recommendation and our logic to the weight of that.
So one other item, council, is that staff has not fully developed exactly what's in a business plan, a labor diversity and inclusion plan. What we wanted to do is set a general framework, and then when we come back, along with David's assistance, we'll have some additional information of exactly what's an acceptable answer and how they're weighted, as David was saying.
Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Montes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So David, I'm going to ask a silly question. Has anybody ever lied on these applications?
Well, obviously someone will put something in there that we will review, but because we know what needs to be on there, we validate certain information. As you had, one of the concerns earlier was, is someone on multiple applications, and we've solved that problem so that communities that want to limit to 1 per application, that we've reconciled that. In the past, they haven't spent as much attention to that. regarding like certain things for like financials or qualifications or what they've performed as far as what they said they have provided to, employees or benefits. We have ways to substantiate and validate that. Plus, we have a track record of dealing with a lot of them that we oversee. We regulate and oversee almost 30% of the businesses in California, from doing financial audits to backgrounds to vetting them for up and down the state.
Okay. And then our only other option, if say somehow they do get through, would be to revoke a license or something if they're not meeting up to certain agreements, right? So like a community benefits program or a local hire component, if it's in their business plan, or if they were approved on that condition or they scored higher on that condition, that would be our remedy, right?
It would be what they put in the application will be a condition in terms of the permit that you issue to them that can be revoked for non-compliance.
Okay.
Or non-renewed.
And I ask because one term that I heard recently was a demonstrated history, but it sounds like the history of a lot of these players. So it sounds like that's a consideration that you guys already take into account.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. David, did you happen to craft the ordinance for Fairfield by any chance?
We did. We did.
So on that particular ordinance, and I don't, full disclosure, I have a copy because I looked it up, but maybe something for the council to look at. But they have certain phases in the way they rate the criteria of this merit system, and it gives it a certain amount of points. So to Mayor Garcia's question is, how are these rated? And I think, looking at that process that they have, I think it certainly spells out what exactly they want to see on these particular components, whether it be business plan, security, labor, and what have you. And I think the labor piece really, expands on what they'd like to see and how they're scored. And like you said, I think they're weighed out in different fashions, right? If we as a council want to say, hey, let's weigh out this particular element of the merit process, then we can do so, right? And if they move on to the second phase, we can add more weight to that as well. But I think that was a really well crafted merit system that I think that might help us to help us with that merit system that we want to put in play, or this hybrid system. My next comment would be in regards to the non-retail. I think, I've heard that we do want to put them in a lottery. We don't. I was in the thinking that we don't. But again, I don't know where we're at. The majority of the applicants, like you said, over 95% are looking for the retail component. But I certainly don't want to I don't want to discourage any possible manufacturer that can potentially bring good paying jobs to our community. I think if we can get those applications, and I don't know that we set a limit, but I mean, like you said, in Fresno, you said there's only 20, there's 500,000 people. I mean, you could only imagine if you bring it back to our size of population, we might not see more than 5 or 6, but certainly give them the opportunity to grow in this community and establish themselves, no different than what we do for the almond processing plants or any other manufacturing companies that are within our industrial park. So I just thought I'd mention that. I'm not sure if we'd set something there. I know that the hybrid with the lottery and merit was specifically for retail. Are we saying the same thing for the non-retail? And that was the other component that was on there as well that I wanted to make sure this council gave direction.
So can I
see that Mr. Montes?
Yeah, I can answer that. So the comment that I made was in regards to that, and it was just an anticipation, because I know Mr. McPherson said that it doesn't anticipate that happening, but that was another concern that somebody from the community had stated to me, where you can have a situation where if there's no limit on the applicants, they can go and encumber properties and make them more expensive essentially for other non-cannabis related businesses. So, you know, my suggestion would be to have a trigger. So if we only have 3 or 4 or 5, which sounds like what the anticipation is going to be for that type. If it goes beyond that, then, you know, that kicks in. But I mean, I know that adds another layer, you know, more enforcement and more time. But that was my suggestion, kind of a hybrid or a best of both worlds.
I just want to go back to, and I'm going to take my privilege to do this. I had not, frankly, anticipated the question of the lottery, multiple lotteries for each district. I had not anticipated that. I had suggested that we look at 6 and then having them distributed throughout the city. And I had not anticipated that we were going to have a problem with the lottery. If we can't resolve that, then I would withdraw my support for a lottery and bring it back to 1 per every district based on merit. I don't believe that we should have a dispensary on every corner. I don't believe that we should be looking at 12 or 18. So if that's the case, I'd rather go 1 per district and have it based on the merit based. And that's why I wanted to double down on the merit question. I wanted to make sure that people understood that if they meet the criteria, all the criteria regarding the merit system, then we could say, yes, they are the best players and they can move forward. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I understand that is a turnaround, Arnoldo, but because this is a moving document, we're not done tonight. So we can still move forward with the hybrid because they're both in there. But at the end of the day, we can look at this at another time. I haven't seen any more comments either from the public or from, Councilwoman Gallegos.
I just wanted to comment real fast. Everybody's going to do great on the merit. They're all going to top the merit. That's why the lottery has to come into effect, because everybody's going to get the same numbers. They know how the system works. They know how it's going to happen. They know what to write. They know what to put in there. So that's why the lottery system has to come in place, I believe, because they're all going to be at the same level. And then we're going to have this problem on who do we choose. And then it's going to be litigations because you chose my favorite or my best friend. And that's how come we did that lottery system with RDA and the lots that we had to build on, because it was, the committee felt that we were choosing a certain developer over other developers. So I think that's something that we're really going to have to think about seriously. But that's probably the best thing for us to keep us clear out of it, and us as elected officials clear from throwing our hands up saying that we don't have a say in it, because they're all going to meet that criteria where it's going to need to be for that lottery.
I knew I'd get you to comment somehow.
Thank you.
Let me see, I got 2, Mr. Montes, and then after that, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I was gonna agree with Councilwoman Gallegos about that. And then if the concern is that we don't want to have operators in too close a proximity to each other, you know, Mr. McPherson said that, you know, you can, you know, kind of add one of the, you know, sensitive use criteria where they can't be within, you know, 300, 500 feet of each other. And then, you know, giving our manager the opportunity to ground truth to see if that is going to make a huge difference. But I would agree with Councilwoman Gallegos that the lottery is the hybrid, you know, because I think David and Arnoldo and Hilda have addressed a lot of the concerns that the, you know, opponents of it have had, because it is still going to be merit based. But just at the end, we're not splitting hairs, and, you know, the accusation is, oh, well, you know, you favored this one over that one. So kind of remove ourselves from the equation. That's my comment.
Yeah, and just so that you know, they're calling it the Madera hybrid now.
I don't know if that's me. But...
Mr. Mayor, then you cut out.
Cut out.
Yeah, Jose?
Yes, I think you were saying they were calling it something, and I think you
Jose?
cut out. Yeah. Okay. I think you guys can hear me. Maybe the mayor can't hear me, but I just wanted to make sure that I addressed
Yes.
the hybrid model because I think a lot of the points that were pointed on those public comments were exactly surrounding the merit system. And I think that the hybrid does exactly do that. It certainly touches on those key elements of a merit system, which are planning, well capitalized entrepreneur, also community involvement, and more importantly, labor. And I think those elements were certainly very important, at least to me, and I want to say at least to most of the council. But again, I think that's the direction before us tonight is, are we still going to go with the 6, regardless if it's in district or not? Because I thought that was the direction that I heard. If by going to each district is going to create another layer where you have to do a lottery for every separate one, then that certainly adds more to the puzzle, and I certainly don't want to see that. So I'm comfortable with the hybrid. I think like Councilwoman Gallegos had mentioned, you certainly don't want to be influential in trying to make one of these firms or one of these companies go through. You'd rather leave it, they're all going to score high, and I think going through the lottery system, whichever one of those candidates gets selected, I think is going to be a very valuable player. I hate to say it, but we have a merit system to deter any of the potential players that don't meet that criteria, and that's what it works. That being said, I don't know. I mean, are we getting direction on moving with the 6? Are we not? I mean, I think the council still needs to move forward on that before we can get to the next piece. I also want to get back. Are we going to have direction on the non-retail? And I think Councilmember Montes also brought up a good point. So that we can move forward. I know this is a workshop and we're going to have many more, but I think staff certainly needs direction as far as what we want to add to this ordinance.
Mayor and council, can we just go through the different issues and see if we have majority and then just work on the ones that we don't, because it's already almost 8 o'clock. We have bond people, finance people. We have a lot of other items on the agenda. So on the issue of 1 permit versus 2, I didn't hear anybody say they wanted 2 permits. So we think our direction is to proceed with just the 1 permit.
If you're looking for, are you looking for direction as far as a thumbs up, or what are you?
Anybody that believes there is I think from what I've heard or not heard, it's just 1 permit. Anybody disagree? Okay, so that one's done. Then we have, I call it the lottery with merit for retail. And do we have a majority of the people giving direction on that?
Is that considered the hybrid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
I would be okay with that too.
Okay, so we have a majority for that. Then we have the number of permits for retail. 6 is what I heard, without at this point, without the district aspect part. Just 6 for now.
That's
Okay.
correct.
I am good with that.
And then we have the issue of the non-retail, and it seems like people are more inclined to say that because the non-retail entails more of a proposal. It's not just filling in blanks and filling applications, but they're proposals for development, and their investments are much greater. What I thought I heard is that for non-retail, it would be merit-based.
I would agree on that.
Anybody,
Merit-based, yeah.
anybody else? Do we have a 4th?
Sure.
Okay, so we have 4 for non-retail, it's a pure merit. And then there was also another aspect that Councilmember Rodriguez introduced, and that was what he called the integrated proposal. Would that fall under the merit? So somebody, the non-retail, so that you have somebody that's manufacturing and cultivating and also wants to do retail, can they submit one proposal? Would that be merit-based?
Wow.
Yes, and just to reiterate that was a vertical integration where, you know, you have a company that might want to establish the whole component of it, right? Like the industry itself and manufacturing, delivery, and what have you. I certainly would do that. I'm not sure, David, if you've seen multiple applications on that end where you see a high number of applicants that require or constitute a lottery.
So what the concern there is somebody circumventing and saying, well, I'm going to go get a micro business or do that so I can circumvent the retail requirements. And then they downsize their roles and responsibilities. Maybe they only do a 50 square foot distribution and 100-foot cultivation and, you know, do one manufacturing so that they can basically get their retail license. So what cities have done, Concord's a good example, is where they, if it has a retail component of it, then it goes through the retail process. If it's storefront, if it's non-storefront, like where they just do deliveries, then maybe it just goes through the regular merit-based process.
David, was that the one slide where you were talking about stacking?
No, the stacking that Arnaldo talked about more or less is someone putting in multiple applications or more than one on the same property. This is a different situation, but this is real about circumventing to get to the retail license. So that one, again, you can either have it where if it has a retail storefront element in there, it has to go through the retail criteria, but it could be way, you know, obviously it's going to be stronger, but it has more other elements. Or you can say you can do retail, but it can only deliver non-storefront delivery only, and therefore, you know, not as many people might apply for that because then they're not trying to circumvent the retail process.
And you know, Dave, you bring up a good point. I do see when you say a storefront non-delivery, that you see less applicants in that.
We do see less because they want to have that walk-in traffic. That's the bulk of where retail is, because it's more it's more costly to have more vehicles go out and, you know, where someone can deliver 12 an hour versus having 300 people an hour come into a store.
I see.
Hilda, where were we?
Well, it seems like this one might merit further analysis by Dave, Arnoldo, myself, that vertical integrated model and
With retail.
Instead of trying to figure it out right now in the interest of time. Arnoldo, do you think they've answered all our basic questions so that we can move forward?
Yes, with the exception, it sounds like we're looking at a merit-based system for non-retail. However, on the non-retail, are we looking at putting a cap on it, or would council prefer that staff go back, examine it a little bit, and then make a recommendation? I'm not too sure if that was fully vetted.
I would suggest that we leave it where we are now and then consider this at a later date.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And probably the other item that the role of the city council versus the role of the city manager. If it's something that council would want to advise staff this evening to indicate if the acting authority is placed on the city manager, or if the city council wants that authority. I think some of the other items, we can go through them point by point, but in terms of structuring an ordinance, just to move it forward, that to me would probably be one of the items that we would need some feedback on. Would you agree, Hilda?
Yes, because that one will have a lot more feet to it depending on which model and
Yeah.
much more detail. The other stuff we can modify easier.
Yeah.
So if you want to go back to that slide, Arnoldo.
To this one? Okay.
So this is after you've gone through your merit and then the lottery, And then does the manager make the decisions or does the city council make the decisions?
And
So
my,
in terms of the process, at the end of the day, if anyone appeals any process, eventually applicants have to have the ability to exhaust their administrative remedies. So the council would in turn serve as the appeal body, regardless of what process. So an applicant would have the option of eventually taking an application to the city council. But the question is at what step? If all applications go to the city council, the appellant or the applicant at that point would not have the ability to appeal because the council's decision is final. However, with that being said, if the authority is granted to the city manager's decision can always be appealed to the city council. And again, there's no right or wrong on it's only at the discretion of council.
And the thing with having it be with the city manager, it's sort of like then not just everybody could protest. The ones that made it through the lottery could protest, so everybody could file appeals to the city council. So maybe Dave has more insight into that, but
So the other part of that would be is that there is no appeal because if it's a lottery, the appeal has to be done before the lottery. So the appeal process could be done by the city manager or the council for those that appeal. Granted, if you have a lot, then the council's having to hear a lot. If you allow the city manager to listen to the appeals and then throw them in the lottery, but once the lottery is done, then what are they going to appeal? At that point, you may as well let them litigate because they're just arguing they don't like the lottery. Not that, they scored a 91 and they should have got a 93 and they didn't get selected. That's typically where the appeal is going to the council of the decision of the final because they were number 7 and not number 6.
So do you want to go one by one, council? Opinions?
I don't have a problem with the city manager making the recommendation, and then we become the appeal body if these entities want to appeal, then they can bring it to the city council. At the end of the day, we have the ultimate decision, right? So we just want to make sure that our roles in this process, I hate to say, really get too involved to where we're having to make decisions on these particular companies. I think the city manager can certainly serve as a neutral party, and then we just have the role of an appeal body.
I agree with that.
So I got a question. So if we go this route, the city manager makes a determination, and then the city council would not be able to overturn that decision?
correct.
I'm not sure about that.
Most elected officials like to be the final decision makers.
That's what I would add to this, that the city council make the final determination to approve or disapprove.
But again, we can approve 20 applicants, but only 6 will be based on the lottery. So that's not a recommendation that we're going to do. It's going to be done strictly by the lottery. All the city manager's role is to make sure the recommendations on the merit system meet the criteria that we're asking. And we're setting that policy. His job is to execute that and make sure that he delivers. We just have a role of the appeal body if something doesn't fit right.
So
That's not what Hilda said, though.
Can you clarify some, Hilda? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm frankly, I don't know if I'm just getting tired, council, but I'm having problems myself with my understanding from Mr. McPherson on how the process would work. But generally, just working with governing boards, they generally like to make the final decision on matters. And the question here is whether you want to defer that to your city manager and then just take appeals.
So if I may, Hilda, we have a planning commission that does the same. They approve these projects and they come before us as the approving body. But, you know, when it's rejected, we then can hear the appeal process. So I don't know if there's any difference in that here.
The planning commission is an advisory board for, they don't make final decisions. They have limited decision-making powers. The other powers are final, are advisory only to the council. Only the city council can adopt an ordinance. Only the city council can make other kinds of decisions.
Can I make a suggestion?
Send it back to staff for further review.
I suggest that maybe we sleep on this and then come back. When we come back, our next council meeting, where our minds are fresh, because we've been going over this same issue now for about almost an hour and a half. So maybe we can sleep on it and then come back and have a fresh, you know, fresh thought, and then be able to give a better answer. Okay,
so if it's okay by council, going off of what Councilwoman Evans said, we have some direction this evening. If the council would allow staff to go back, we'll rehuddle. We'll start on something, and once we have additional progress and we have a little bit of traction, we'll come back to council. We'll lay it all out. It may be the next meeting or maybe the meeting afterwards. And then at that point, we'll have some additional decision points and can move forward if that's okay by council.
Thank you. That'd be good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, council.
Okay.
And thank you, David. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you mind if I ask one last question before we put we put this one to sleep for tonight? I think Hilda had deferred to David, and I didn't hear an answer. David, would you be able to comment on this in here and on your experience on what the role of a city manager is? Can you please highlight on that if you don't mind?
Sure. So I think, you know, on this process, if we're all agreeing that, or policymakers are agreeing that it's going to be on the lottery. Typically, if there was not a lottery, then obviously you're making a decision of those final, and for this conversation, the 6 retailers of consideration, is it going to be the city manager making the decision on the six retailers, or is it going to be the city council making the decision? And the opposite would be the appeal body. But in this case, it's really the draw of who is pulled out of the hat. The decision is made for you. So there's not really a decision tree there of who gets the 6 permits unless something comes out of that hearing or is a disqualifier, in which case then you just move down the list. So the only really decision body is the appeal body at that point, because it's administratively, because the decision is made on who the 6 are, and you're basically administratively following the steps that you as a policy board has already determined what the steps will be to execute that permit being issued. Versus bringing it back to you, there's not much you're going to say to that unless you are asking him to bring back you a report from the public meeting regarding any concerns that come out of there, where you would address any additional concerns.
Yeah, thank you for expanding on that. I just want to make sure, because I think that was the initial conversation, was that we select these folks based on a merit system, and then it's up to luck. And once that decision is made on luck or lottery, then that's done. All we have is just an appeal body if anything comes out of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And with that, thank you very much, David, for your help in diving into this. We'll be back for another 2 hours in the next workshop. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on to item B, the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately. Do any of my fellow council members have any additions or corrections to the consent calendar, including pulling anything? Then I will bring it back for action.
So move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second the motion.
Public comment, Mayor?
Is there any members of the public that wants to comment on the consent calendar? Thank you, Hilda. There's been a motion by Councilmember Gallegos and seconded by Councilmember Evans to approve the consent calendar. Alicia, would you call roll?
District 1,
It's a
Yes.
consent calendar.
yes, and for a roll call vote, we'll start with District 1, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 6,
Yes.
Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yes votes and 0 no votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item C, public hearings. There are none. Item D, petitions, bids, resolutions, ordinances, and agreements. Under item D1, data management contract for water backflow prevention devices. I believe this is Mr. Foss.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, you guys see the proper one there?
Yes.
Thumbs up. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mayor, members of council, what we're going to be discussing today is a contract agreement with BSI. And what that is going to be for is for recording backflow data. So your backflow, your city backflows, are those devices you'll see there in the photograph. You'll see them frequently. I didn't know what they were before, but you'd see them frequently, usually around commercial building or businesses. And what they do is prevent water, you can see the little diagram underneath, from flowing back into the city drinkable water service. So it is required by the state for the cities to monitor this, to monitor backflow systems. And the mechanisms they're used to protect, as I had said before, water from traveling back into the drinking water. Here's another picture of a backflow, a much smaller one. They are located primarily on private property. There is some on city-owned property and some other properties, but primarily the vast majority are located on private properties. The city does not inspect the backflow devices, okay? So we require that the owner of the backflow gets a licensed inspector who has to come out annually, inspect the backflows that they're operating accordingly, and then that data is collected by the city and filed with the state. So here's currently how we do this. So we have in excess of 2,000 reports annually. So there's in excess of 2,000 privately owned backflow devices throughout the city. So we have city staff prepares and maintains all files and records for the city. We then input all the test data into a system we have here. And we also maintain hard copies. So we have several thousands copies in filing cabinets here at Public Works. We then, for every new file, we have to create a new packet. And for hazard sites, so if one's leaking, or which is quite frequent, we have to monitor all those. And then every year, so say you have a backflow in January, and every year you have to get it done in January, we mail out a first notice. So we pay for the mail, the postage fee. We send out, which isn't a lot, but it does add up when you're doing 2,000 a year, in excess of 2,000 a year every year. And it's more like 5,000 a year, as you'll see. We mail out one first notice for annual testing. Frequently, we have to follow up. We track and follow up and send out a second notice that, hey, you will still have to receive your backflow testing. And if we don't get it by the due date, we track that, follow that, and send out a third notice if we still haven't got the test results in. If we never get the test results in, that's then forwarded to the water department, and we have to do follow-up enforcement through them. So we follow up on all test reports and create new files if they don't file a report. Then once they get all that data, all the new updates need to be approved by the backflow assembly, which is monitored by the state. and then handle correspondence with testers and business owners, which is quite frequent. They have questions, especially if it's a new business, of how this operates and how they need to file. So the current demand, right now we have a single employee that's processing all this data. We were quite behind. We were months behind on this data for one employee trying to process all this data. So she processes over 2,000 backflow reports. She inputs all the data, kind of going back to the slide we just looked at. She inputs all the data, corresponding data. She sends out all the mail notifications. Again, mail fees are all covered at city expense, and the employee has limited amount of freedom to do other tasks here essential to public works. So after we looked at, this is a very tedious work, right? It's not very involved work. It takes a lot of man hours to do somewhat of a simple task. We started looking at what our other options are and what are some of our neighbors doing. So I don't have it in writing here on the PowerPoint, but most of our neighbors are using this company called BSI, Backflow Solutions Incorporated. So it's an international corporation. It's a team of industry professionals with over 30 years of experience, includes founding members of the American Backflow Prevention Association. Here's just some of their credentials. NICET 4 Fire Protection Engineers. That's University of Florida TRIO, which I'm not sure exactly what that is, but it is another standard that they do have. It's an East Coast certificate from what I understand. And USC Certified Specialist in Mechanical Engineers. They're a web-based program that you can access your program anytime, anywhere, on any device. So basically, what they do is, as I explained before, the property owner is required to hire a licensed tester to come out and test the backflow. So BSI will take over all the notification for the property owners. They will notify the property owner, it is time for you to get your backflow service and tested. I think I skipped a slide. Somehow I skipped 4. Sorry about that. So they will contact the business owner. They will notify them that, hey, you're due for a test. It's all web-based. So one thing that we really liked about BSI, so for Fresno, for example, uses them currently. Many of our testers and licensed testers are based out of the Fresno area or Madera area. And if they're based out of Madera, they do work in Fresno, which means they're going to be familiar with BSI. They would go test the backflow device. They would file it online, get a certificate via online, and then BSI would actually file that with the state on our behalf. The only time the city would then be involved is if the owner of the backflow system did not cooperate or did not ever get a test done, which is actually quite rare. Then it would be forwarded to our water department for enforcement activity. So if approved, I think I covered all this here. We do currently 3 notices. They would do 2 notices. They have a little more experience in it and a little better ability to get compliance as well. So here's the cost. Now, the cost for the city is $495 a year, period. That is all the city would pay to contract with BSI. The majority of the cost is to the owner of the backflow device. So we were able to negotiate a tiered system with them. Typically, it starts off at $14.95 per each backflow tested, but we negotiated with BSI and were able to reach an agreement of a 3-year tiered system. So the first year, it would be $12.95 per backflow. The second year, it'd be $13.95 per backflow. And the third year, it'd be $14.95 per backflow. Now, I said that would be charged to the owner of the backflow device. That is actually charged to the professional that tests the backflow device. Now, it would be expected, of course, that licensed professional would in turn pass that cost on to the owner of the backflow. But the fee, BSI makes their profit from the actual charging of issuing the license. The city itself would be only paying about $500 annually, or not about, that's $495 annually. And it's a 3-year contract with up to 2 additional 1-year renewal terms. So it is our recommendation that we authorize the online subscription agreement with Backflow Solutions to perform notification and data management functions on behalf of the city. As an alternative, the City Council may request that staff conduct additional research or identify a different vendor, or elect to not enter into agreement with Backflow Solutions Incorporated and request that staff continue to provide said services. I could also say in closing on this that I did reach out to several local organizations that are using, or local cities that are using BSI, and they all had very favorable results with them. And I did reach out to at least one local business owner here that has several backflows, and they're also in agreement that this is a good system and would be more than willing to pay the $14.95 annual fee per backflow. And then with that, I would like to say too, just I don't know if my PowerPoint's still up, but we had two people that I have to say thank you very much for getting through this on us. One was Adam Gonzalez, who's our analyst over here. He did a lot of work on the negotiations. He did a lot of work with BSI and getting all this data. And the other one is Linda Aguilera. She was put into the position when they were several months behind on backflows of trying to catch it up, and she did an excellent job. So I think it's important that we recognize those two individuals for really kind of getting us this data and getting us where we need. But with that, I'll take any questions regarding it. I also have somebody with BSI Solutions online, and she's still with us, I believe. So if we have any questions that I can't answer, I believe she probably can.
Bring it to the council first. Mr. Montes?
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Moss, so I had two quick questions for you. What is the current charge that that the city charges for the backflow testing or to submit that? And then are we going to be eliminating any position with this move?
So first question, no, we do not charge anything. And I don't know, I'd have to probably defer this to somebody else, but I don't believe we can charge. So we have absolutely no charge to send out the notifications for backflows, because we don't actually test the backflows. We send out notifications and then track and collect all that data and send it to the state. And number two, as to the elimination of any position, absolutely not. This would free up that individual to do other tasks that are far more essential throughout the city, but it would not endanger any position here at the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Garcia. I'll just make it quick. You know, when you said there's over 2,000 of these that are done, Director Foss, I just want to add, I mean, people are willing to do this, and I'm sorry, maybe I don't understand how these backflow systems work, but based on the your presentation there, it seems that these folks are consistently reporting this data because they have to have it. They're forced to have these backflow tests done. So did I hear that correct?
The best way I guess I could compare it to is if you own a commercial vehicle and you're paying your registration fee.
Correct.
Same as that, but for your commercial business. Most of them are commercial businesses, and it's the same type of process. You have to have a backflow, and you have to get it certified annually that it is operating appropriately, so it's not putting bad water back into our drinking water.
So, and this is how you monitor the data is based on these businesses, the tests that are done annually, correct? And that's what I got from it, correct?
When you say monitor, how I know
you said there's data. There's data that's sent over. BSI collects data to show what the systems are doing, right?
Correct. So the data, what I mean by that is each owner of a backflow would get the certificate that, hey, your backflow is operating appropriately. Then that certificate, basically that data that this is operating appropriately, will then be sent to the state that, hey, we are in compliance with our backflows operating appropriately.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands raised, I will bring it back. Well, I will. Is there any public comment regarding D1, Madam Clerk? Alicia?
I'm here, Mayor. I'm checking. No, none received.
I'll bring it back to council for action.
Move to approve item D2.
Second.
D1? Is that D1?
Did I not get the right one there? Did I not say? I thought it was D2.
B1.
I'm sorry. Yes, B1. I
Yeah,
apologize.
it's
getting
late. It's
Yes, it
late,
is.
brother. We'll get through this.
Thank you.
Motion to
I
approve by
second.
Mr. Rodriguez. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Councilwoman Evans. Alicia, could you take roll?
Thank you, Mayor. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 6,
Mr. Villegas?
District 6. I see him nodding his head. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
And motion passes with 6 yes votes and 0 no.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Item D2, refinancing of 2006 loan for the wastewater treatment plant in the outstanding amount of $6,365,288 with the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is a topic that we brought before in the month of December, in essence, to refinance the debt, a loan at the wastewater fund. Now, we're asking for your approval to proceed with a refinancing. Before that, I'd like to show gratitude for those our guests who are with us and who will be here to answer any questions. We do have Nikki Tallman from Oppenheimer, who is working as our broker. We also have James. How do you pronounce your last name, James?
It's Warziniak. Thanks, Roger.
Warziniak, okay. Who is on the legal team from Jones Hall. And we also have Ken Deeker, who is the advisor and who will be presenting information tonight. So with that, I'll turn it to Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. If I can get my screen to share. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this will be a little bit of review. We presented this item to the council in December. You actually had the term sheet from the BBVA Compass folks that came at your last meeting. So I'll just briefly go through this. As you understand, the city has numerous outstanding loans and bonds. Most of these are for capital projects to fund the city's sewer and water system projects, fund construction of the new fire station, and to fund energy efficiency projects that we recently did. This evening, the financing team is seeking approval to refinance an existing loan of the city's sewer system. If approved by the council, the financing team expects the transaction to close on February 3rd. Let me get to the right section here. Okay. Okay, so the original loan amount was $10 million. The outstanding loan amount is $6,365,288. The final maturity of the loan is August 1 of 2035. The bonds are called, or the loan is callable or can be prepaid at any time without a penalty. The current interest rate is 3.01%. And the big part of the savings that we're generating tonight is we are paying an ongoing fee to the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank, often called the I-Bank. We are paying them a fee every year for the life of the loan. The original loan was used to fund capital improvements to the city's wastewater treatment plant and brought the treatment capacity from 7 MGD up to 10.1 MGD. In October of 2020, I identified this as a potential refinancing candidate and briefed the city. At the time, I took a look at a public offering or a direct placement sale method. And I recommended the direct placement because there was very similar economics to those of the public offering. The direct placement has a much lower cost of issuance. It's much less time consuming. And the commercial banks that operate in this space will generally offer us a rate lock possibility, so we do not take any interest rate risk. And since it's less than 15 years remaining on this loan, it's kind of the sweet spot for most of the private lenders that work in this part of the business. In November of 2020, the city manager and the finance director approved requesting proposals from direct placement lenders via a competitive process. The term sheet was sent out by the Oppenheimer folks to 15 different lenders. In the meantime, Jones Hall had been in conversations with the iBank, CIEDB, and we determined that the refunding, the new loan that we're looking to do here, would be taxable because the CIEDB could not certify they will spend the payoff amount because they're going to be having their loan paid off within a reasonable time by either calling bonds, and that's the way they generate these proceeds to loan to the city, is they sell their own bonds. So they're going to get these dollars back from us, but they couldn't certify that they could spend the money within a reasonable period of time or loan the dollars to other entities as required by IRS regulations, thereby making this particular refunding a taxable refunding. The city received 4 proposals from lenders. BBVA Compass provided a 2.41% interest rate. And that interest rate was locked for 60 days and actually will be locked through the date of closing. It's callable, means it can be refunded again after year 7 with no prepayment penalty, and there's no reserve fund required as part of the loan. We also received proposals from Sterling National Bank, Municipal Finance Corporation, and First Foundation Bank. At the December 16th, 2020 council meeting, we briefed the council on this item, and you gave us direction to move forward on the refunding and bring the item back tonight for formal approval. On January 4th, the last meeting, the council received a copy of the term sheet from BBVA Compass and directed the city manager to execute the term sheet. That then notified the bank that we are going to work with them. And it's just a matter of getting approval tonight from the council and finalizing the documentation. There was a one change from what was presented to the city council on the December 16th meeting. The par amount that we're planning to issue here with BBVA Compass has gone up by $10,000. And the reason is because there was an unpaid annual fee to the infrastructure bank from August of 2020 to February 3rd of 2021. So when we finally got a payoff quote from the iBank, the amount to pay off went up slightly because we have to pay that ongoing fee from the last interest payment date in August through the February 3rd closing date. So the economics on the refunding went down slightly. The total refinancing debt service went up by about $12,000. Total savings are now $369,000, or the average annual savings are $24,655 per year versus the $25,429 that was presented to the council in December. The net present value savings are just over $310,000, or 4.88%. Generally, municipalities consider refundings of between 3 and 5% net present value savings to be significant, and thereby still recommending that we go forward on this. Although the economics did drop slightly, it is because of that annual fee that we have to pay to the iBank, or the pro rata remaining share of the annual fee through the closing date when we pay them off. This is just a graphic here of the cash flow savings. I don't know if you can read that on your screens. But you can see it averages $24,655 per year. The financing team, as Mr. Sanchez mentioned, we have Jones Hall with us tonight. The placement agent, Brandis Tallman, who is a division of Oppenheimer, and myself to answer any questions. The cost of issuance that presented at the December meeting have not changed, and those are all factored into the numbers presented tonight. Just to kind of summarize, the current CIEDB agreement is subordinate to the bonds that you issued in 2015, but will move to parity, which means they will have an equal weight to the net revenues of the wastewater system after closing. The lender, BBVA Compass, was selected via a competitive process. They were recommended as the preferred lender with the lowest interest rate and the most favorable terms. The interest rate is locked in place, so the numbers I've shared with you tonight are final, and will go into the documents. The annual savings are $24,655 per year. Net present value savings are 4.88%. And to be very clear, We are refunding this at the same term, meaning we are not extending the debt. We're simply generating annual savings for economic benefit as compared to the existing loan. So with that, I can unshare my screen here, and the financing team's here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I see no hands. I see no waving. We're saving money, correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. Does anybody have a problem with that? Good. Alicia, do we have any public comment on this issue?
No, Mayor, none received.
Thank you very much. I'm kidding you guys. I'm not going to rush you. If anybody wants to raise their hand, please do. Then I'll bring it back to my colleagues for action. On item D2.
Move to approve D2 as presented.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Council Member Gallegos, seconded by Council Member Montes. Alicia, could you bring us home?
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 6?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yes votes and 0 no votes.
And I want to thank you all for sticking around with us. I know that we needed to get this done. It's very important for us. And I want to tell you that we appreciate the work that you did to get us where we're at on this issue. Thank you for saving the city of Madera money. We always appreciate that, of course. And hopefully you'll go home safely and have a good night.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
All right.
Thank you.
If I can get my other screen up again now. Yes, okay. Boy, I love technology. All right, we will move on now to E, administrative reports. E1 is the mayor's appointment to outside boards, commissions, and committees. This report will be done by Alicia?
Yes, Mayor. This item is brought to the council this evening. I will turn it over to you shortly, but it's for the mayor's appointments to outside boards, commissions, and committees. It's simply an approval of a minute order approving your appointments to outside boards, commissions, and committees. A worksheet was provided. We can begin to go down that list when you're prepared to do so, Mayor, selecting the different council members to be appointed to those committees listed. So I'll now turn it over to you, Mayor.
Alrighty. The first committee is appointments to the Central California Women's Facility Citizens Advisory Board. We have 2 appointments. One is the primary and the second is an alternate. I have asked Councilwoman Evans to accept the position of primary to that committee. Do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. To the alternate position for that committee, we've selected Councilmember Villegas. Do you accept, sir?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. The next committee is the Madera County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council Steering Committee. I have asked for the primary position, Councilmember Villegas. Do you accept?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. As the alternate, Councilwoman Evans?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The next committee is Community Action Partnership of Madera County, CAPMC. As a primary member, Councilmember Montes, do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you very much. As the alternate, Councilmember Villegas?
Yeah.
Thank you. Madera County Economic Development Commission. As the primary, I've selected myself. Yes, I do accept. And as the alternate would be Councilmember Jose Rodriguez. Do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The next committee is the Madera County Transportation Commission. As the primary, Councilmember Rodriguez, do you accept?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Santos.
Do we, Alicia, is this correct that there's 2 primaries?
Primary one, primary two.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. I was not sure about that. I saw 2 and I didn't see any of the others. The second primary, Councilmember Gallegos, do you accept the position?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And as the alternate, I'll put myself, Mayor Garcia. The San Joaquin River Conservancy, that committee, I serve currently as a primary. I will continue to do so. And as an alternate, I've selected Councilmember Evans. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. LAPCO, Local Agency Formation Commission. Councilmember Rodriguez to LAPCO, do you accept? Councilmember?
Oh, I said yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I think you were muted. Thank you very much. As the alternate, Councilmember Montes?
Yes, accept.
Okay, thank you very much. The San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Let me see, we don't have anything on that.
I thought we did that one.
Was that done there? No. Is this for information only, Alicia?
That section is, Mayor, yes. The city selection committee makes that appointment. So I went ahead and left that on there. You'll want to move to the next SJVAPCD Special City Selection Committee is what we're looking to appoint next.
Thank you very much. The SJVAPCD Special City Selection Committee, primary Councilwoman Gallegos, do you accept that appointment?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And as the alternate, Councilmember Montes?
Yes, accept.
Okay. Okay, that concludes that. Is there any discussion by anyone? I think we've gone past that. But I believe, Alicia, we still have to have a roll call vote.
Yes, Mayor. We'll look for a motion in a second, and then I can move forward with the roll call vote.
Thank you. Could someone make a motion to accept these in block?
I make a motion to accept in block.
Thank you, Councilmember Evans.
Second that. Second. Councilmember Montes.
Montes, thank you. Motion by Councilwoman Evans, seconded by Councilmember Montes. Alicia, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 6?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yes votes and 0 no votes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for volunteering and accepting the appointments. We will now move on to item E2, retail sales tax update by Mr. Roger Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I do have an update, a quick update for the sales tax and the performance for the last quarter. And with that, I'd like to share my screen with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as I said, this is a quick update, an overview. So there's no action that is being requested. It's informational only for our benefit. So the city employs HDL consultants to give us retail tax information on a quarterly basis. HDL provides information that we utilize for the city budget projections and other adjustments. And we can tell what's the status of the local economy here, especially during the time of COVID. So it takes quite a bit of time before we get to the next information. So it takes several months after each quarter to receive the summary. The sales tax has it's the largest impact on the general fund revenues. So this is quite a bit of important information. And so the general fund, it's part of the discretionary income, and this is how council decides to spend the money on general fund items. So the main taxes comes from the Bradley Burns that imposes a state tax of 1.25%, and 1% is allocated to counties or cities. Measure K, as it was passed by the city, is 1/2 cent of sales tax that is allocated to police and fire. So combined, the city receives 1.5% of sales tax collected. So tonight, I'll present information for the third quarter of 2020 results, that is from July through September of 2020. So we're going to be comparing to 2019 and second quarter as well of 2020. And by the time we know of the second quarter or fourth quarter, we will know that information at the sometime in March, in early March. So again, the second quarter of the fiscal year, that would be at the end of December 2020. So what is the collections that we have so far? For local businesses, point of sale, we have collected for the third quarter 2.2 million. For pool collections or internet sales is $600,000, and for Measure K, 1.5 million, for a total of $4.3 million. And you can see a visual as to the breakdown of the different collections for the third quarter. This is a quick summary of year-over-year change for the Bradley Burns point of sale that is on local businesses. So this category here has the city, and this is the county, Madera County, and this is the state results. So for the different major industry groups, we can see that if we compare the third quarter of 2020 against the third quarter of 2019, we can see that there's a significant increase on the building construction and on these areas as well. We do have a decrease on the fuel area and service stations, as well as you can imagine from the sales prices and during COVID. Overall, we can see a 8.9% quarter to quarter from this year to the prior year of 8.9%. If you look at that similar comparison to the state is in a much more difficult situation, and even the city is in a better shape compared to the county of Madera. But as you can see, the state is still in a rough shape. So if you take a note really quick of this 8.9%, I'll give you some more information as to in the following information on the following slide. So this is the 8.9% that I was referring to. So this is the change, that is the increase that we notice on the city from 2020 to 2019 for the third quarter. Now, if you look at the county, they do have an increase, and then you can see the same information that I showed previously of 8.6% for the negative, that is a decrease on the state level. But I also wanted to compare against the previous quarter, that is on the second quarter, and that was in the midst of the pandemic. If you recalled, from the month of April until the end of June, that was the peak of the pandemic. And you can see that there's quite a bit of improvement even on the state and local level. because at the midst of the pandemic, we had a decrease, and the county, and as you can see, the state, a significant decrease on the second quarter year over year. So I'd like to also point out that the Polk County has seen significant increases, as I mentioned before, during the October meeting. You can see the actual results here from 18, 19, and 20. But we also have some projections for on an annual basis for the internet sales, and you can kind of see a picture, and this comes again from HDL consultants. They believe that this is the projections that we're going to see for the internet sales collections. So the previous slide showed the internet sales. That's the top orange, that's the internet sales. And then the bottom is the point of sales for the Bradley Burns. So if once we combined, we can see the actual performance for the actual results, and we also can see how things HDL thinks they're going to look like in the future, in the upcoming years. Again, for the Bradley Burns, this is a quick comparison of quarter to quarter by a major industry. So if you notice on the pool allocation, if we compare the third quarter of 2020 compared to the 2019, there's a huge increase from internet sales, and also from the different implementations of that the government has made through the Wayfair Act. So that is a $225,000 increase, or 53% increase here. We do notice that also building and construction, it's also a significant increase of $75,000, or a 40% increase here. We do notice a decrease here from quarter to quarter on the fuel. So that is again attributed to the fuel prices that are down. People are driving less during COVID, but also it's worth to note that the Love's Travel Center has rescued in a way. They're contributing now. Otherwise, it would have been worse. So this slide gives a quick trend as to the Bradley Burn, a historical perspective. And if you look at from a 22-year history that we have a compounded annual growth rate of 3.82%. If we look at the history, back in the Great Recession, it was a significant drop. I was surprised at how deep the drop was, and it was a slow recovery. If you notice during the pandemic, we see the drop, but HDL thinks that we're going to have a normal recovery going forward. So on the Measure K results, this is for the third quarter results. If you look at the third quarter of 2020 and compared to the 2019, we can see the grand total collection of 1.5 million compared to 1.3 million. And that is a total increase of about 10% year over year. Again, if you notice the fuel service station, they show a significant decrease, as I explained before. But overall, the other categories are in great shape compared to the state and other areas. Measure K projections, again, by the different categories, we can see how that looks. And going forward, there's a projection of 5.3 million, and in fiscal year 21-22, 5.4, 22-23 is 5.5. So again, these are just projections. You don't want to take this to the bank and there's going to be more adjustments, as more analysis in the future as the consultants look into what the performance is on the upcoming coming months. So those are always changing. This is just to visualize if things go the way they're expected with a healthy recovery. We do expect those increases. So the Madera unemployment rate, this is very telling in my opinion, because it has to do with retail sales as well. If people can have jobs and they can spend money during the peak of the pandemic, very drastic increase on the unemployment rate. The last time we met in October, I showed this this number of about 10% unemployment rate, and it has improved as of November 2020. There's also, it keeps improving that unemployment rate. So that's overall good news. So things, what do the things mean for the third quarter? That is also the first quarter of the fiscal year, as I indicated before, and that helps us to, we're on track to meet the budget projections. So this is the first of 4 quarters, which means, we still have a ways to go before we see the actual results. If things go well, we should expect a healthy recovery. So again, while other the economies are struggling, Madera has not experienced an enormous decline, which can largely be attributed to internet sales and also the local ag economy as well. As I mentioned before, the Love's store has helped soften the decrease in fuel sales as well. So with that, if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Roger. Do we have any council members wishing to ask a question of Mr. I don't see any hands raised. Is anybody? No, don't see that either. Alicia, do we have any public comment?
No, Mayor, none received.
Okay, alrighty. Then I will bring it back to council for action on item, well, there is a, yeah, information only, I'm sorry. Okay, well, thank you, Roger. We will move on to item E3, consideration of options relative Rule 20BC, undergrounding of utilities designated real property located within and adjacent to Pecan Avenue between Monterey Avenue and a point approximately 700 feet west of Monterey Avenue.
Thank you, Mayor.
This will by Robert Keith.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'll just go ahead and start the share. Let's see. Okay, we should have that. This report. The reason for this report is due to a rather unusual circumstance. Usually, when subdividers are asked to underground utilities, we usually don't find that they're having issues with adjacent properties where they need to go ahead and underground utilities. But this is relatively new. I'll go ahead and give you some background on it. Our Madera Municipal Code, MMC, requires undergrounding adjacent to subdivisions. Any subdivision typically will receive a requirement to underground the utilities that are on or adjacent to the property. Typically, the subdivider moves forward with undergrounding it. I don't usually hear too much about it unless there's some conflicts with underground utilities and they look for assistance in that. In any case, the Barbella subdivision, which is the subject for tonight, includes a undergrounding requirement. And Barbella developer has previously underground adjacent to the stadium. They were doing 2 phases on their project. The first phase, undergrounding utilities on the stadium. Second phase is proposed to underground utilities on Pecan Avenue. The developer has unsuccessfully, up till now, attempted to secure approval from an adjacent property on the south side of Pecan Avenue as related to some service panel changes. What happens in this particular case is there's a wire that goes across the street to a service panel for the property, and that needs to be modified. This is a graphic overhead showing phase one of the subdivision, along with the area that would be that's proposed to be underground. This is a view looking east and west. Looking west, you'll see that the power lines are on the right side there. There's a line going across the street. That one's not subject to concern, but if you move to the photo to the right where it says looking east, the pole next to the block wall, that leads to a electrical service panel just down below. And the property owner has, up till now, actually probably up till about yesterday, rejected the changes to the service panel. At the moment, the current status is the project is stalled until we can go ahead and get an official approval from that property owner. The undergrounding cannot move forward in accordance with the conditions of approval without property owner agreeing to changes to the service panel. Otherwise, all poles cannot be removed. What that means is if all poles cannot be removed, there will be poles on the north side of the street and the south side of the street, or no poles come down at all. So prior to yesterday, staff believed that the property owner might not approve of the service panel changes. At present, he is agreeable subject to certain assurances being made. I did speak to him yesterday, and he has indicated that he does not necessarily object to approving of the undergrounding or specifically the changes to his panel, but he is looking for a few assurances. One of those is limiting outage to a few hours during the day. During my conversation with him, I indicated it could be as little as a few hours and potentially as much as 6 hours. I later had a conversation or an email conversation with a representative of PG&E, and he indicated that downtime could be as much as a day. Still, it's necessary to go ahead and make transfer of the overhead to the undergrounding. And I think I'll go ahead and give you a quick understanding of what happens with undergrounding the process. Over the course of the time that they construct the facilities, the developer will hire a private contractor to install underground conduits and other facilities and get those prepped. At some point in time, PG&E will come along and install the electrical conductors in the conduit, get that all set, and there will come a day when they make the ultimate transfer between overhead and underground. It's at that point in time when they shut down the power to the overhead wires, make the connections to the underground, and then power the underground cabling back up. During that time frame, anybody connected directly to those wires lose power. At that same time, the private developer will make changes to the panel across the street on the south side that the private property owner has been talking about. They will do two different things separately. One is transfer power, and the other is to make panel modifications. And when we came back to the request of the owner, one of those was limiting the outage to a few hours. I think we're probably on about a few hours all the way up to a day. It generally won't go beyond a day because PG&E says they will not work beyond essentially into the night, and they typically will complete one day. The property owner also would like to ensure that the Comcast connection is transferred if necessary during the switchover. I believe that is necessary because the Comcast wire is on the same wire as the power. And it is staff's opinion and expectation the developer will make all reasonable accommodations for that property owner. The developer has worked diligently to go ahead and get this done and spoke with the property owner. It's just I'm guessing we had a little bit of a misunderstanding going on with him, but we still do not have a certainty with regard to his approving of that. Anyway, the purpose of this item is in seeking approval for the property owner. Staff has prepared a number of next step options. One of those is to form a underground utility district, or UUD. This, to some degree, is a backup. if we are unable to ensure that we get approval of undergrounding, the UUD would allow for us to essentially make a demand of the property owner that he make changes to his own property. We do not wish to use this provision, but it is an option which we are presenting to council. We do not have, at this point, absolute certainty that this can be done. We do have an opinion from the PG&E legal department that this is acceptable. However, the PG&E representative that I've been speaking to wanted to go ahead and secure an approval from one of his managers. He had indicated that a couple weeks ago. I asked for about that again yesterday, and he hasn't. He has not, as of yet, got a confirmation on it. But this represents one option. The other was to perform night work. We did look at that with PG&E, and PG&E indicates they do not do night work. Third is work with the property owner on other options to minimize the property owner concerns. I think I do think that we've gotten to a point where he's willing to approve of this. But anything that we can do, we'll attempt to do. I understand that we might have a Wi-Fi hotspot that we can loan, just in case. The internet was a concern of the property owner. And I won't go into the details, but it was a concern to the property owner. And if we can provide a Wi-Fi hotspot, that may help to go ahead and seal the deal, so to speak. The fourth option is inform the developer the design must be modified to allow overhead service to Southside Street. This is not an ideal option. What it means is the poles going from the north side to the south side will remain for a very long time. Funding for those type of things don't come along easy. And the fifth would be to relieve the developer entirely of undergrounding requirements, which would essentially leave poles along the outside of the subdivision for, again, a very long time. The recommended action for tonight is consider options in combination with the discussion received tonight and provide direction to staff. And I'd be happy to answer any questions and dig in a little deeper where necessary, as this is not your typical topic, not my typical topic.
Does that conclude your presentation, Keith?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council, Council Member Rodriguez.
Yes, Keith, I know there's several options on the floor, and we always want to take the path of less resistance. Have we made any additional attempts since then to see if the owner would grant permission so that we don't have to go that other route?
Yes, well, that was yesterday. I did speak to him, and he seems to be much more open to allowing for the work to occur. One of the what I kind of see as the option is to, if council is amiable, allow us to move forward with an undergrounding just in case. If we get to a point where we have an agreement, a written agreement with the property owner, council will not see the first of two more meetings. The next meeting would be a scheduling of a public meeting, and then the next meeting after that would be the actual public meeting where a district would be formed for undergrounding. And we would continue to work with the property owner to try to go ahead and get to a point where we minimize his concerns as best we can.
Thank you.
Any more questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, so I have a question, Mr. Mayor. So that's option 1 and 3 simultaneously, right?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Alicia, do we have any public comment on this issue?
No, Mayor, we do not.
So basically, Keith, you're looking for direction, not necessarily.
Yes, direction. My recommendation, I could give a recommendation. I think options 1 and 3 are appropriate. As I indicated, night work PG&E doesn't seem as though they will do it. Options 4 and 5 leave poles standing for a very long time. It's generally counter to what our general plan and the code asks to be done.
Okay. Hilda, would a thumbs up suffice on this, or do you want a roll call?
I think if you can count the thumbs and say that there's at least 4 people, that's majority.
Okay, so options 1 and 3? Look good, huh?
Yeah, I counted 4.
Okay, that's all we need. Thank you very much, Keith.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Okay, item F, council member reports and announcements and future agenda items. We go by district. Alicia?
Yes, Mayor. Or council member reports?
Yes.
However you choose, Mayor, but yes, typically it's by district, yes.
Okay. Council member Gallegos?
I would just like to thank our Police Officers Association for feeding Madera Community Hospital staff as a thank you for being our heroes out there and taking care of our community members. So thank you to the POA for doing that. And we had a few council members out there helping serve and welcoming the staff out there last week. So again, thank you POA for all that you do for our community.
Okay, right. Council member Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor Garcia, I wanted to thank you again for appointing me to the Madera County Transportation Commission, where I had a meeting today. And in that meeting, an interesting topic came up about possibly extending the Measure T ballot that is scheduled to sunset in 2027, I think. But as you all know, Measure T has, through the County of Madera, has allowed for us to get a lot of that for funding for a lot of the projects that you've seen before the city, where examples such as the overpass, safe sidewalks and what have you. And Keith, I'm sure you can highlight on a lot of those, but I won't take a lot of your time there. This is something that might be proposed again to extend that, similar to what other counties have done with their ballot measures, to try to collect for those funds, because a lot of the funds that we use them to leverage to have matching funds and help us generate funding for projects that are huge, that we otherwise could not do without this particular funding. So look out for that. That might be something going out into the community, requesting that we put this back in the November 22 ballot to bring again the Measure T funds that have helped our city of Chowchilla and the County of Madera. I'll end with this. Today was an example of democracy once again prevailing. We do have our 46th president, Joseph Biden. I know that this country has been torn and divided, but I think he said it best, that he wants to unify and unite. Obviously, despite the events that have happened in the past, I certainly want to thank every one of you guys that serves as a public servant, because that's a true testament that we want to move this, not only local government forward, but this country forward as well. So we start with baby steps and then we move forward. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you for your time.
Very well said. Very well said. Councilmember Montes?
Yeah, I would also like to thank the MPOA for putting on that, or feeding our healthcare workers and inviting us and letting us be part of that. Everything, there's a lot of stuff going on, and for them to just go out there and say, hey, we're going to give back a little bit, really do appreciate that. And I'd also like to thank CRLA for putting on the celebration on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And there's a lot of good inspirational speeches that went on that day as well. So thank you everybody for participating in that and providing that inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Council member Evans, you're on mute, by the way.
That's typical of me. On Martin Luther King, on Monday, there was, as Steve said, there was a very nice celebration for Dr. Martin Luther King. And I would like to just maybe pose something to council that maybe next year for Martin Luther King, maybe we can do something more in a public aspect. I saw that Fresno did a cleanup this past Martin Luther King Day. And so maybe there's something that we can do an aspect to that as far as doing something in a celebration, because Dr. Martin Luther King fought for all of us, not only for Blacks, but for all nationalities. And maybe we can just put something, give something back to our community, and maybe have a community to come together, or council, or, you know, some type of a event to where we can give back and show, you know, recognition to him in a public manner, and doing something positive in our city, as well as, you know, other communities doing. We have a riverbed back here that needs desperate work. You know, there's other homeless things that we could do, but just giving something back as far as some type of activity for us to be able to do going forward for Martin Luther King. And then next month, February the 3rd, I have spoken with our beautiful city councilwoman as well as our mayor, and doing a proclamation proclaiming that February being Black History Month. So I know that I haven't seen anything happening to that nature, but I just would like to see something more going on, and to kind of grow our town and doing something more as far as Black History Month is concerned. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. And today was an amazing, amazing day. So I had tears and very joyful. So let's move forward now, you guys. Let's fight for change. And
thank you, Council Member.
Done.
Council Member Villegas. Anything to report?
We just keep on going.
That's a positive attitude. Great. Great. I don't have anything to report. The MPOA invitation was awesome. The Martin Luther King was awesome also. It was very good for that. Democracy has prevailed again. Thank you all for your service. Madera is better because of all of you. And with that, we will conclude council member reports. We will now move on to item G under closed session. Hilda?
Thank you, Mayor. We have there's 3 items listed, but we're taking G2 off. So we're only having G1, which is Public Employee and Performance Evaluation under Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Manager, and G3, Conference with Labor Negotiators under Government Code 54957.6, and the agency designated representatives are Arnoldo Rodriguez and Wendy Silva, and the organizations are the General Bargaining Unit, Madera Affiliated City Employees Association, Mid-Management Employees Group, Madera POA, Law Enforcement Mid-Management. And before we go into closed session, the city clerk will read a comment from the public regarding item G3.
Thank you, Hilda. So I'll begin by reading this email was received on behalf of John Dalrymple from the CEA Associate, or he is a CEA Associate, excuse me. The COVID-19 virus continues to harm our community, with Madera County having a very high rate of infection. Every day, city staff place themselves at higher risk than the general population as they perform their duties to keep providing the services our community needs. We are asking the city, as other cities have done, to extend the benefits of the FFCRA. We propose this be done through May 31st, 2021, when the school year will be close to ending. Having the additional 80 hours of COVID leave that was provided under FFCRA for staff who must quarantine is a critical piece of promoting a safer workplace. If a staff member had already taken advantage of this leave, we are not asking that an additional 80 hours be granted. COVID-19 leave can also be integrated into the leave parents may need if they must stay home to take care of their children due to school closures. We are also asking for the paid leave provisions for parents who must stay home to take care of their children due to the closure of their school care center be extended. Though this only pays for 2/3 of their wages, this leave is critical for the families who need it. They should not have to use all of their paid leave accounts or be an unpaid leave status due to the consequences of this pandemic. Now is the time for compassion for city staff and recognition of the month's extreme stress all have endured as we provide the city's essential services. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. For the 100+ staff represented by the Mid-Managers Group and Madera Affiliated City Employees Association. That completes the email received, Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, we will take it to our closed session item. Thank you very much all for being here tonight and during our long meeting. And we will see you all soon. Thank you very much and good night.
Item G1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, subsection B, subsection 1, Title City Manager. The council is elected, has formed an ad hoc committee comprised of Mayor Garcia and Councilwomen Gallegos. Item G3, Conference with Labor Negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Agency Designated Representatives, Arnoldo Rodriguez and Wendy Silva. Employee organizations, GBU, Mid-Management Employee Group, Madera Police Officers Association, Law Enforcement Mid-Management. No reportable action. That concludes our meeting, Mayor, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is regular meeting of the Madera City Council is on February 3rd, 2021. Thank you very much for your participation tonight. Thank you very much. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Good night, everyone.